Okay, good evening, everyone. We are waiting for Carol to get logged in, but we're going to go ahead and start. James is helping her. So this evening, our meeting will start with a work session that Leah Wisdom is going to facilitate for us. So I will give it over to Leah. Thanks for coming, Leah.
Absolutely. I cannot share yet.
Zach is walking over to get some assistance with that from James.
Awesome. Well, while we wait, I did email the board in advance with, oh, GR, that is so strange. I can see myself behind you. There we go. I did send you all an email, thank you, with a link to Slido, just a quick way for us to generate some conversations. So if you have the chance, you could go do that task right now while we wait to get up and running. So just again, for the benefit of the group, Leah Wisdom, Director of Equity Instruction and Student Services. In the spirit of a work session, I hope to invite you all into this as a conversation versus just listening to me talk or report. You have heard and seen our instructional framework and our instructional playbook in snippets in more of a report format. So the goal of our work session today, oh, I can share now. The goal of our work session today will be to give you all a little bit more opportunity to dig into elements and layers of that, talk about what that pivoting has looked like as we've experienced a multitude of learning environments for our students, and again, open it up for more of a conversation as well as questions. I am going to share my screen. All right, hopefully you can see that. Okay, so in preparation for this work session, I was just thinking through what are the kinds of things that you, as an effective school board, would want to know and need to know about instruction and how deep to go. And so I did look at and pull from and read this document from NSBA's Center for Public Education. They did that multi-district study on and developed the 8 characteristics of an effective board. And I really felt like this element, this layer, board members possessing detailed knowledge of their district, including initiatives that can jumpstart success, aligned with what we're going to be talking about in the work session tonight. So I have provided some opportunities a little later in the work session where you'll each be able to go in and look at one element of the instructional framework and playbook and come back, and we'll open that up for a more broad discussion and sharing out a little bit, hopefully to deepen your knowledge in that area. But our essential question for the work session is, what is effective instructional practice in LPS? And then how does our framework support that? So this is the email that I sent you. You should have a code in your email for Slido. I was curious to have you put some words or small phrases relative to you. And this is just to start this conversation of the intent and purpose behind an instructional framework, but to get us all thinking about what are the kinds of things we do to improve, to get better, whether it's personal or professional. So I'm going to give you a minute or so to do that. And in about 10-ish seconds, I'm going to close the poll so we can look at it. All right. Can you all see the word cloud on the screen? Hopefully. Yes. I only see Erica's face. Erica, can you see that word cloud? Okay, great. Thank you. So yeah, this is great. I'm looking at all the things that you all put, ways in which you improve, feedback, reflection, practice, accountability, getting multiple perspectives, seeking out education or educating oneself, ask questions, attend trainings, talk to peers. A couple of those being open to other perspectives, reflection and improvement, intentionality. This is awesome. So I think this is really helpful as we think about what we do as a district as well, right? It is about creating those resources and those tools for our educators and for our students to be able to do all the things that you all just wrote in terms of ways that you seek to improve. But we're looking at it at all these different levels, systemically, regionally, if you will, by building individually, and even taking that down to the student level. So how do we support improvement as a district? Reflecting back on what you all said you do as individuals, I wanted to offer into that space, the instructional framework and the intent and purpose that it provides us as we think about supporting improvement of our staff, ourselves, our students. And so I think that you'll see a lot of the things that you actually just said and that popped up in our word cloud. So that collaborative piece, seeking out other perspectives and collaborating with colleagues or others, developing partnerships for improvement. Common language I put here because it is the layer of the instructional framework that allows for more effective collaboration and partnership because we are utilizing a language that is common and is built around these effective high yield instructional practices that we know research tells us will work, can work. Our instructional framework and our thought process around how we support improvement for staff and for students has to be fluid, certainly has to be adaptable. I think we can all attest to that in the environment that we're in. It has to be scaffolded. Our support has to be scaffolded here, just in thinking about bricks and mortar classrooms and virtual classrooms. And then in order for us to really effectively or adequately support the improvement of stakeholders in our system, we need to have an alignment of our processes and our systems, right? So our curriculum design process, which you've heard a lot about, our walkthrough tool, our formative assessment process, but this is just that idea of looking at information and making decisions, PLCs and school improvement goal setting. So I appreciate seeing so much of what you all do as individuals also showing up here in what we're thinking about systemically. Just to ground us in why we would be having a work session on this, this is part of our strategic initiative 2 in student-centered learning. It's meeting students' unique academic, social, and behavioral needs. And over on the right, you can see some of those action steps. So I just wanted to be sure that we brought it back around to that. So another instructional strategy that we often use in our classrooms, and we're going to use it here at this work session to generate our next conversation and also help me best facilitate this work session. We're going to do a quick write, and when I ask folks to do quick writes, I just have 3 things that I ask you to do, and you might actually be doing a quick type, whichever you prefer, if you're a hand writer or if you prefer to type. But for 3 minutes, if you could just write as much as you can, and you just keep writing as fast as you can, and you just don't stop. Those are really the only rules for a quick write. You aren't going to share it with anyone later, at least not verbatim, and you won't have to show it to anyone. But you might be summarizing it. So the question to get you started on the quick write, although you can certainly go other directions, you know what the topic of our work session is, you know what kinds of things might be on your mind in that area, But I'm curious if you can do a quick write on what do I, as a board member, need/want to know about instruction in LPS. So I'm going to go ahead and start the time now and allow you all to get started. And you are going to share out a little when we're done to help guide the remaining time of our work session. So for 3 minutes, as much as you can, as fast as you can, and just keep writing. About 1 more minute. You could just finish up your last sentence, word, punctuation, wherever you're at. All right. Now would be a wonderful time to just hear a little bit of what you put down, some summaries. And as a sidebar, if we were in person, I would love it if we were talking in partners, or if we had the ability to do breakout rooms in this environment, I think that would be a wonderful way for a next step. But in this case, we're just going to share out a little. So I'll just ask for some volunteers. And again, I have a plan, a thought process around how we're going to move forward with the work session, but I think it's really important to hear from you all in terms of what you personally as a board member need and want to know about instruction.
So I'll go first.
Thanks.
So I started with a simple question, which was, how do you define instruction? Are you defining it as teacher to student or as anyone who learns within the district? So that was really the first thought that I wrote down, and then I just kind of moved on from that. But for me, it was really looking historically, defining what has worked and what doesn't work, because there's no point to continue to do things that don't work because they're just a waste of time and efficiency. It's just finding out what has worked and sticking with that, and then expanding upon what has worked and stop banging our head against the wall with things that don't work. And then how do we take those things that work and apply them to the current situation, which is different? And how do we adapt them to the limitations that we have, but also the newfound opportunities that we have discovered with remote learning and video conferencing and things like that, how can we expand into areas where we hadn't really thought of as possibilities before? And then lastly, the last thing that I wrote was to get buy-in from staff that education and learning instruction is actually important for everybody to participate in.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you. That's super helpful.
This is Melissa. I know you mentioned common language earlier, and I guess that was one of the things that I wrote was like when we're doing instruction, how is the common language used? Is it used within schools? Is it used across the school level, across the district per grade level? Just, for that, when you're thinking about, I'm thinking about it from a scholar perspective, like if a scholar were to leave and go from, say, New York to Hillcrest, the language, that continuity. So that was one of the things that I was thinking about.
Yeah. Thank you.
This is Shannon. I think because my head is wrapped around our current circumstances so much, the first question I wrote down was, how does our instructional framework help alleviate the teacher workload issues that we're so clearly struggling with in the current learning environment? But related to that, how do we meet needs of learners across the spectrum, kids who need additional help, kids who are getting it, kids who need extension? How do we do that in an environment where we have limited resources? And how does our instructional framework help our teachers do that work?
For sure. Thank you.
This is Paula. So I feel like I'm always very different from the way people are responding. So I'll just throw out, I put content, practices and exercise students do to understand that content. How different is it between elementary, middle, and high school? Is it more or less between grade level? IEP and as special instructions, how different does that look? Or and how do you tie them into meeting state standards? What does a typical lesson look like? And how teachers typically plan their day?
Awesome. Thank you.
This is Erica. So I'm enjoying this, by the way, so thank you, Leah. So I had a few things. One was like, how can we customize instruction so the teachers have flexibility to teach in a way that's comfortable to them, and also students, they have the flexibility and the opportunity to learn in the way that meets their needs, and ultimately eliminate ultimately that achievement gap. The other thing I had was what's not working, what is working, why, how can we help support you and teachers in the district and families. And the other one was having like culturally relevant instruction, kind of going outside of what is traditional and meeting the students' needs that way.
Awesome. Thank you.
I think the only thing that I had to add that maybe wasn't mentioned, most of what I wrote has been mentioned, and maybe someone brought this up, but the other thing I wrote about is how, from the board's perspective, do we budgetarily support you and your efforts, and teachers and principals as well.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for that. And I'm excited. I think a lot of the questions and things that you all have brought into the space will have opportunities to dig in a little bit to those. I will encourage you when we get to the exploration part where you're going to have the opportunity to look and dig a little bit deeper into one element of the instructional framework, that we kind of keep all these questions and then bring that back into our discussion. I'm not suggesting that I have the answers for everything that you put out there, but nothing that you've asked is not something that we aren't grappling with, or a challenge with which we're seeking, input and feedback. And so I really, really appreciate that. And if you feel like we haven't got to something that you mentioned as we move through, let's make sure we bring it back into the space. So thank you for taking the time to do that. So GR, you mentioned a little bit about history, and we talked about this last time. So I just wanted to remind, I'm going to make this a little smaller, remind you all as a board that we have had some discussion about former versions of instructional frameworks with effective instructional practice. You can see that along the right and the two right columns in all of these. So there used to be this instructional framework that was aligned to all these various pieces. And so this is what we initially revised in what you have seen and that what you're going to dig into today. Interestingly, there's a lot of carryover in terms of some of the practices, but to some of your other points, as you start to weave in other layers like culturally sustaining pedagogy, you think about our current, the different learning environments that we've been in this year, those layers and elements have impacted the type of instructional practice that shows up in our instructional framework as well. So again, this is what that pre-K through 12 Lawrence Public Schools, this is what our framework looks like just in its most simple form. But the four main components, plan, engage, reflect, and adjust, are most important for us to keep our eyes on. You can see our KISA, the 5 R's of KISA. I'm kind of hugging the instructional framework. Later, when you do some exploration, or here in a little bit, you'll each do either plan, engage, reflect, or adjust. You'll also see that these are each aligned to a PLC question. So this just shows you how with plan, for example, if you look over there to the left, you can see that there's 5 components to the domain plan, having a clear lesson focus, knowledge of students. You can see how each of those play out. I'm not going to dig super deep into these parts. You actually will be able to look at it a little deeper if you wish when you're doing your exploration, but more so just a reminder that these layers are in there. For each domain, plan, engage, reflect, and adjust, we do have this more in-depth document. This isn't something that's out there. It's really wordy. It's kind of just a background piece to help us make sure that we're building professional learning that supports those things. When you look at this particular chart, you can see possible teacher evidence and possible student evidence. Those pieces we used in thinking about what kinds of things should show up in a walkthrough tool, right? So these aren't necessarily in the document that's out there because it's pretty hefty. It just is a way for us to drill it down and has been super useful as we've created some of the other resources. So, and you all sharing out your quick writes, I do recall a little bit of curiosity around rigorous curriculum design and how that layers in with our instruction. So again, you have seen this process. In fact, I pulled these 4-ish, 5 slides from the former report, but more so just to make sure that we're all operating from a similar framework. But when you look at our rigorous curriculum design process, right, it's the utilization of standards, creating student-friendly standards, identifying priority standards, creating essential questions and success criteria. All of these layers are huge. And then as you move through this, our teachers then are moving to a place where they're looking at then the instructional framework, or at least can utilize the instructional framework to help build units, right? To think about how am I going to take these learning intentions, these essential questions and success criteria, and create a learning environment with instruction that will meet the needs of the students. I also wanted to make a quick connection to our professional learning communities. So when we think about, one of the goals of our professional learning communities, PLCs, is to focus on improving student learning and student experiences. And we do that through collaboration, through the formative process, through collective inquiry, through an examination of instruction, action, and reflection. Lots of this reminds me of what I saw show up at the very beginning, when you all did the word cloud on ways in which you improve. Our whole PLC process is built around, these layers. When we think about how do we utilize the formative process and collective inquiry as teams to then examine instruction, take action, and reflect on it, so that we are always in this cyclical space as educators. And I think maybe, GR, to your point, we're all in that as a learning organization. So that cyclical nature is happening for all of us. That's the beauty of a professional learning community, is that there's not an end goal. There is a process with which we want to use to always examine our practices and examine how we're showing up and how our students are showing up. So I wanted to make that connection, because in this PLC agenda that many of our staff are using, you can see those questions. What do we want students to know? How will we know if our students have learned it? And I know you know these, as do I. You'll see those show up in our instructional framework when you're digging a little bit deeper in that exploration, and I wanted to point that out to you. So really the target of that instructional framework, and I'm again quickly moving through this, is that common vocabulary piece to be able to inform individual and building and district goal setting and professional learning. We know the research tells us if we have repeated systematic use of high yield strategies, that will impact student achievement positively. But we want it to be research-based and positively influence student achievement. So we talked about this slide last time, right? It was this, I mentioned having had an instructional framework for years, but maybe not having that focus and alignment. And so really feeling like, and I think in our formal reports and in just this quick summary tonight, seeing that part of the goal and intent of this instructional framework and tying it directly to the formative process, to PLCs, and to, for example, CI3T, we didn't even put that in here, helps us create the alignment and focus that will best suit us to be successful in utilizing these systemic structures. And Melissa, something you brought up when you were just reflecting or sharing your summary, you talked about the common vocabulary piece, and that is because when you get into the playbook and the framework, when you do your exploration, you'll see it is district-wide common vocabulary and language around those structures and practices. Does that mean everybody's doing it at all times and using that? But no, not necessarily, because we're still in that rollout phase. But it certainly gives us the best possible opportunity to be referring to and utilizing the instructional framework. With a great deal of time and effort went into ensuring that we put practices in there that will have the biggest return, right? Working smarter and not necessarily feeling like we have to try everything. So with that, before we do this next phase, I just want to make sure, are there any questions regarding the history or some of those slides that I revisited from a former report, just so we have a good foundational understanding of how we got to be in a space where we have this instructional framework and playbook that's relatively new? Okay. Shannon, I think when you were talking, something you brought up was the teacher workload or just what it takes, right? The time. And so I really, as we move through this explore phase, I would encourage everybody to be looking at what's been created and how, and that the intent may be behind that being a support for teachers. And we're actually going to, after this, I'll show you another layer of that. So let's open that up for discussion. So you might just be looking for how this serves as a support, and where, we are still looking for that feedback and listening to what teachers are saying and trying to create an even more robust tool and resource for them. But also still honoring, the nature of the framework. So be looking for those things so we can have that conversation. And what I'm going to do, I didn't hear any or see anyone chomping at the bit to ask a question. So if that's true, I'm actually just going to assign you, if that's okay. And I'm going to go in the order that you're looking at me. So Kelly and Shannon, if you will do plan, and I'll tell you what you're going to do in a minute. Erica and Gordon or GR, you could do engage. And then Paula, if you will do reflect and maybe Carol and Melissa do adjust. And that doesn't mean you can't look at some of these other ones, but if you click on explore, and hopefully you can click on, is your PowerPoint clickable? From here, I just clicked on this picture and it takes you to the instructional framework page. Okay. Once you're there, is everybody able to get there? Just with a thumbs up. No, Paula. Shannon's still waiting.
I think I was one of the students that didn't follow instructions very well.
So if you have access to the actual report, this is hyperlinked.
Okay, let me move some things around and jump back on.
Okay. Erica, you were able to get in? Yay! We got one in. GR's in. Okay. Awesome.
I think
Okay. All right. While you're still kind of navigating that, I'll show you what you're seeing here is just on this front page, it's the gist of the plan, engage, reflect, and adjust. For your own benefit, if you want, you can read through some of what's here. I want to draw your attention down here to the research. These are the various stakeholders and researchers that we used to inform our instructional framework. So Gloria Ladson-Billings, Dr. John Hattie, Jim Knight, Zaretta Hammond, Pedro Noguero, Midwest Equity and Plains, Marzano, and Dr. Lane, as our partner at KU. And those are all hyperlinked as well if you're interested in digging deeper. But Erica, to your question around like culturally sustaining pedagogy, are really leaned heavily in this on Zaretta Hammond, Pedro Noguero, especially Midwest Equity and Plains. Of course, Gloria Ladson-Billings has a lot related to culturally relevant teaching. Hattie and Marzano have layers of that, but we knew we needed more. So those are some of the places with which we drew from and still can develop more robustness in the actual framework. And so this is not stagnant. It is always ready to be adjusted and changed. But based on whatever one you were given, you will click up here like on plan or engage or reflect or adjust. So I'm going to click plan so that you can see. I would ask you to just explore here what those reflective questions are. .39, if we could maybe do an 8-minute exploration, that brings us back around 5:47. So I'm actually going to turn my mic off and my camera and kind of explore with you. And then we will come back and open it up for discussion. So let's come back around 5:47, pardon me. It's already past 5:37. we'll come back in just one more minute. Okay, I stopped sharing just to allow us the opportunity to have a discussion. So kind of want to just move through the domains and start with plan. I think that maybe was Kelly and Shannon. Super interested in just observations, particularly as it relates to the things that you all brought up at the beginning around things that you as a board member are interested in knowing, and or just other observations, thoughts, ideas, questions. And then we'll just move, plan, engage, reflect, adjust. But remember, your other colleagues have not.
Of our when we still got to go visit schools on a regular basis, noticing that teachers were using that strategy in their classrooms. And then the idea of formative assessments being both to help teachers figure out where their students are at, but also to help students understand where they're at and set their own learning goals. I think were two big things that I picked up from the pieces I reviewed.
I would say one of my big takeaways from it was that I do not have a degree in education. And just a reminder of like how rigorous this application is and how much of a craft our teachers have to apply to their instruction. But for me, I think it was this idea of both the preparation for engagement, the thinking about how you'll manage the classroom itself in terms of not only the instruction, but behavioral considerations and support, and then how you communicate that to parents. So to think about having to do that planning around an essential question, but essentially around every aspect of learning every day is it's a big task, particularly in looking through like the hybrid models. It seems particularly to take a significant amount of time there too.
Yeah, I think one thing that's interesting about the instructional framework is that for most of our educators, I think they would tell you that they go through most of these processes. It's just in their brain, right? The way that we get up and brush our teeth and get dressed. And I mean, it's very automatic. It's here's how we plan, here's how we engage. We're thinking through all those things. And the instructional framework takes it and like really pulls it apart and breaks it down into all those layers and elements. And so to your point, it is, I think, a very rigorous task that our teachers are super skilled at. And the intent and purpose here is along the way, when we're stuck or when things happen, how can this tool continue to support them as they need to break down certain areas of it? And Shannon, the plan part, I think you're absolutely right. There's lots of layers in there around like universal design for like how are we thinking about all the kids in the class, and that formative process piece and formative assessment piece is huge, obviously, in the planning phase. And we think about that cyclical nature of it, you keep pulling back around to it. So that was an excellent synopsis. Were you going to add something, Kelly?
Just to say that it seems to me like you kind of looking at these in it's probably less linear than it appears, the plan, engage, reflect. I could just see you having to adjust pretty quickly in various scenarios. So
sure, you might go from plan to engage back to plan to, know, exactly. Very good point. Okay, I don't remember who had engage.
Erica and I had engaged. You want to go first, Erica, or you want me to?
Go ahead, Jim. Good.
Yeah, I figured. So I read through a couple of sections, and the overall theme to me was just giving a framework of helping teachers know how to engage with students on various levels to not. But what struck me was not just how to teach the material, but how to engage with students beyond the material. And two things really stood out to me. In my personal life, there's a phrase that I use a lot, and it's you can't love someone that you don't serve. And in reading through this, one of the things that struck me was to take that phrase and apply it to this, and that you can't teach someone you don't know. And one of the things that I really liked was the section on the power over versus power with, and reading through that aspect of how to apply the authority that you have as a teacher and empower and embolden your students and not hold that power over them, and made me think back to my own educational experiences, and the teachers that I hold most dear and value the most throughout my educational experience were the ones who were able to do that effectively.
Yeah. That's what you remember, right? Not like that geometry question right. Yeah, thank you for that.
Yeah, so I love this. So I really liked how it was about building relationships, which is important. Having the opportunity to really customize learning opportunities. For example, if you learn more about the student learns more about the teacher, you're going to have a better result. And I really like GR, like the power with, power over. But I also like the fact that it said affirm students for their contributions. I think that's really important, and pointing out like positive reinforcement. I really like that aspect of it. And I also really liked students have the opportunity to reflect on their strengths, weaknesses, build an action plan. So I really like that. It goes a step beyond just what they learn in a textbook, but really like forming their leadership and what that looks like. Like I really like this part.
Very good. Thank you. And I'm going to go on, plan, reflect, engage, or reflect. That's where we're at. I want to make sure we all get a chance to share. And I don't remember who had reflect. I'm sorry. Paula I think it was you, maybe?
Yeah, that was.
You were the only one, so.
That's okay. Actually, this was one of the words that I posted on the word cloud. Was reflection. I think it's really important when we think about leadership and the way that we want to be. And so what I liked is that big question about right underneath reflect is how will we know they are learning. So it really gets down to what the barriers are, that student knowledge, participation, how is that informing adjustment in the classroom, and even during and after a lesson, how teachers are collecting that data to be more responsive to students' needs and identities, and how that looks in these examples that they provide. After each essential questions and big ideas, the formative assessment, how it looks like in the classroom for teacher and the students. So it really helps along the learning of what folks could be looking for as they are engaging their students. And I find that really particularly helpful for those first-year teachers that are coming in. And really asking themselves, well, how do I do this? How do I get this up and going? And having these worksheets to provide that for you. But I think overall, those reflective questions for discussions, I think, are helpful.
For sure. Absolutely. And that's that formative piece also layers in almost in every element of the instructional framework. But yeah, thank you, Paula. Last one. I think it was Carol and Melissa.
Yeah, this is Melissa. I mean, I guess when I just looked at some of the things, and it just kind of was a breath of fresh air to see like all of the reflective questions and and such, and examples, is around equity, making sure, and then that culturally relevant, making sure students and families are represented. So it's addressing those things, and it's getting you to, like, as an educator, to kind of say, am I doing this, and being more purposeful about it. So that's the thing that really kind of stuck out with me on glancing at this.
Yeah, that was huge. When we partnered with Midwest Equity and Plains, they really helped us build out those reflective questions, that component, to ensure that we had a way to help if we needed, teachers who wanted to partner with our learning coaches or just wanted reflective questions. So thanks for noticing that. I mean, they were huge. Yeah.
I think when we went to that conference a year or so ago, that's what popped up. That's what it made me think of. So
yeah, exactly. Do you want to add anything, Carol?
Hi, this is Carol. Yes, hi. My internet's terrible out here, but no, I really liked these questions, and I was fortunate to go with Melissa to the conference that she's speaking about. But during November, it's Native American Heritage Month, and teachers are reaching out to me asking for resources, and just very recently, Dr. Taylor over at Blue Mills Middle School purchased a slew of Native American books written by Native American authors. I think that's something that could be implemented in every school. We are woefully underrepresented.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for sharing out on those 4 domains. I'm going to go back to the PowerPoint for a minute. And we only have a few minutes left of our work session. You can see we could go on forever. There's so much to explore, but I want to actually take you to this slide here, addressing challenges, and then I'm going to go backwards a slide. And that's because I just want to honor and be conscientious of something that you all brought into the space at the beginning, which is the challenge associated with effective planning, utilizing all these tools and resources, and the skill set with which we know our teachers are already operating with. They're already effectively going through a lot of these processes, but really what we know is that time is a huge, can be a barrier, or lack of time rather. And when we think about how do you access a resource, like the time that you all just took to look through each of those and what's available to you, it takes time. And having a work session in this particular example allowed you an opportunity to dig deeper into a resource that you've been introduced to multiple times, right? But so for our educators, we're looking for and trying to support places where we can give them some of that time to access the resources that might be useful for them as they maybe dig into one element or part of that that they're struggling with, particularly in a new learning environment, or time for partnering for planning and collaboration. And some of that is built in a little bit more heavily at elementary, so that looks different at each level. But time is, being conscientious of and aware of the time that we have with staff and that staff have with each other, listening to them and honoring what they need, and also ensuring that they're aware of the resources, because sometimes time is the barrier to even know what's out there. And then I think just the challenge of planning during uncertain times is one we can't ignore. And so to take us back here, and I'm not going to dig in, I was going to give us a chance to dig into these, but I just want you to know that they're there. Some of those supports that we have on USD 497, if you were to click this link, you can see resources that are available here. But some of the ways, so these documents that some of you saw when you looked at Plan Engage, there's also some short on-demand PDs that our coaches have been creating, and we are uploading on our ci3t.org page. So our partners at KU have done extensive work with feedback from the schools they're working with here. But if you were to look at this, those low intensity strategies like behavior specific praise and providing instructional choice, there's super fast resources and on-demand resources for teachers to get snippets. You can see these are just 2-minute videos, and you can see some exemplars. In addition to that, on this page, they have worked really hard to provide us with resources for families as well, as families are navigating hybrid and in person. So I just wanted to point this out because we're super fortunate to have that partnership. We get all this for free because it's a grant partnership. So on this slide, you kind of have access to both of those things. I wanted to give us time to explore it. We don't quite have that there, but I think when we think about our instructional framework in combination with that multi-tiered system of support structure, it has allowed us at least the opportunity to pivot our support from solely in-person to hybrid and remote instruction and models, and try and create resources and tools for teachers that are readily accessible, knowing that they're still challenged with time to access those. So that's a challenge that we continue to try and listen to and think about what better ways, do we support this? And how do we take the support that exists, like what's in the learning coaches and their ability to partner and be thought partners with teachers, but really leverage that and as it relates to the new things that teachers are dealing with. So I want to be clear that we've got a lot there, but we know that we're still taking the time to listen and adjust and make shifts and changes. So I don't want to take us too far over time, but this was exciting for me. I loved the idea of facilitating a work session to help you all and myself dig deeper and even listen to some of what you said. You're super insightful. And so I encourage you to go back to this PowerPoint maybe and dig in when you have some time, and I'm always open to answer questions, and always even thinking about this as you're hearing some of the challenges that our teachers have, and there might be ideas that you have to suggest to us, but we will continue to build out the layers that are the quick on-demand type resources and tools that we think could be helpful to teachers. And all of these have been created with learning coaches, principals, teacher teams, those kinds of things. So with that, I'm going to stop talking. And if you have any final questions for me before you move into the next phase, I'm happy to answer. I hope that you found this time useful, and that I did sense that there was some learning on your part taking place, which is really, I think, the intent and purpose of our work sessions.
I just want to extend a thank you, Leah, to give us the opportunity to learn in a different way tonight, and to really begin to reflect on, for us as a board to be informed in a different way. It was very helpful. I think other board members expressed that, but just thank you for your time and being creative in how you brought this together and showing that you are too a teacher. So I liked seeing that. So thank you.
It's my favorite thing to do. So I said I like to be more workshopy than reporty. So there were layers of both. But thank you for your time and your engagement with this. Yeah. And again, continue to look at those resources and ask questions. I encourage that.
Yes, I'm going to steal some of your ideas at my next workshop. So thank you very much.
Yes, please. Okay. Anything else for me?
Any other board member feedback for Leah or anything, questions? All right. We're going to take
This is Carol. I just want to thank you, Leah.
Oh.
Absolutely. Yes, thank you.
We're going to take a 5-minute break and come back at 6:10. Okay, I'm going to call the meeting to order. We're having some feedback here, so just a minute. Let's try again. Yeah. Okay. My apologies. Okay, so I need an approval of the agenda.
It's your. I move that we approve. Wrong tab. I move we approve the agenda for the November 23rd, 2020 board meeting.
Is there a second?
This is Melissa, I second.
Jones,
Yes.
Hill,
Yes.
Padu Blackwood,
Yes.
Gordon Ross,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Kimball,
Yes.
Smith,
She had to step out.
okay, gotcha. Motion passes 6-0.
Okay, Dr. Lewis, we have special recognition this evening.
Here we go. Yes. We are pleased to honor some state champions tonight. We have Dr. Amanda Fonts, Assistant Principal and Athletic Director at Free State. She's going to share some exciting news about our Free State High cross-country team, as well as our Free State High gymnastics team, state champion, and also our Lawrence High School state champion gymnastics. So with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Fonts.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis, very much. It's a great privilege that I have to serve as the athletic director at Lawrence Free State High School, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here this evening as we recognize student athletes and coaches for their outstanding athletic achievement this fall. I once heard a saying that champions do not become champions when they win the event. Rather, it's in the hours, weeks, months, and years that they spend preparing for it. The victorious performance itself just merely demonstrates their championship character. And as we celebrate the Free State boys cross country and girls gymnastics team, I would like to take a moment to honor and recognize the hours, the weeks, the months, and the years that they all spent preparing for their achievement. And also those who helped them along the way, their coaches, their teachers, and their family members as well, all of which played a significant role in Lawrence Free State celebrating its 16th and 17th state championships. Our first recognition this evening is the boys cross country team led by head coach Steve Heffernan, and he will be followed by the gymnastics team who is led by head coach Katrina Farrell. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Fonts, and also thank you, school board and Dr. Lewis for giving us just a little bit of your time tonight to recognize a special achievement by our team this year. But along with what Dr. Fonts was speaking about, this was a total team effort this year because of all the COVID challenges. So it took their 90-plus teammates coming in and doing the right things every day. People like Tanaya Cox, Gracie Matuko, Sina Boger, Lily Kidd, and the rest of our girls team doing the right thing, along with Jake Hedges, Chase Ramirez, and gentlemen I hope are here tonight, Ryan Whittlesley, Max Bates, and Braden Banglin. I didn't get a chance to see all the attendees list, but I hope they're here. They all came in and did the right thing, not just because they were supposed to, but because they knew that's what they need to do as a teammate to take care of the person to the left of them and the person to the right to help give them a great season. But on top of that, our parents were also fantastic this season. We were fortunate enough, and I hope it's still true today, that we didn't have any of our members have come down with COVID positive testing. We did have kids come in contact, and the families were great. They'd let us know right away, and then they'd keep their runners home until it was safe for them to return. On top of that, we had to depend on other schools to come up with meets, because at the end of the day, we had one meet that we went to that was on our original schedule. So places like Mill Valley and their programs, Olathe North, Baldwin, and Washburn Rural also came up and put on meets that helped us a lot. On top of that, our coaches were fantastic. Coach Gordon Rose, who I think is here tonight. I'm not sure if Coach Cuevas or Coach Sanner are here. But you walk into a season with a plan. You walk into the year with a plan, a month with a plan, a week with a plan, a day with a plan. And those plans were good for about 90 seconds. And then we just started adapting and changing them to do what we could with what we had. So we want to thank all those folks to make it possible. For our gentlemen who are here tonight, I could tell you about some of the statistics, but you would probably miss out on what the real story was this year. However, one we would share. We did finish the season undefeated with one loss to St. Thomas Aquinas, who was the 5A state champion. But I want to reassure you, we ran against them 3 times and we did win the tiebreaker. So we have some competitive pride in that. On top of that, though, the real story this year was a year ago. These gentlemen were a little bit more focused on their own accomplishments and achievements, which is not unusual in sports. And we struggled a little bit at the state meet. And this year they came back and they were really ready to buy into that team first mentality. And I think that showed up really, for me, a special day was our league meet. Showed that it all came to fruition. They had helped out another runner throughout the rest of the season who needed a little extra help in practice and then in meets. They'd do that training, then they'd come and do their training on top of it. And at the end of the season, that runner was ready to run a meet, and it was the week before our league meet. And they helped that runner in the meet, as well as Maddie Smith and Molly Flynn and Anna McIntyre. Runner had a great performance, and we knew that runner deserved another chance to run at the league meet. And that's where it was really special for us. Long before the kids would even race, they did something special that day that I'm humbled by. That runner would run in the morning, and the way the league meet was set up, they would not run until that evening, and it was in Olathe. And I told them that runner is going to be running. If they wanted to come over and support him one more time this season, they could, but no one was going to blame them if they wanted to stay home and get a little extra rest for their race that evening. I was very humbled when I saw a group of them show up that morning to help that runner through that race. Runner had a great race, and before they left that day, I told them no matter what happened the rest of the day, they'd already achieved something great. They'd used their time and their talents and put their best interests second to someone else's best interests. Well, if the morning was the wedding, the night was the dance, and they danced well and they had fireworks at their dance. Their performance was unbelievable. There were several ranked teams. They're all but one of the teams that were ranked in the state were at that meet, and they won the meet by 60 points. But what was more impressive, and we don't talk about times that much, were the times that they would run. Brock Cordova and Jack Keithley Helms would come within 20 seconds of our school record, which is pretty close when you're running 3.1 miles. That's a pretty close comparison. Ethan Sharp would tie our school record. Chris Stone would be runner-up at league and break our school record. And Ben Shryock would be our league champion this year and would reset our school record. And when we went back and compared their times to times recently, it may have been the single greatest performance by a boys team in league history, potentially even state history. There were other teams more accomplished than us, but that night they may have been the best team that had ran in Kansas history. It's arguable. They would need to back that up at regionals and state. And at the state meet, one more time, the team first mentality would come into play. The state meet was in Wichita this year, and the first quarter mile was directly into a south wind, which if any of you have grown up in the south part of Kansas or the west part of Kansas, it was windy. And I spent my early teaching career in the Wichita Public Schools, and I can tell you it was windy by Kansas standards and by Wichita standards. So what happened is that first quarter mile, the entire field of 100 young runners just jump in on each other, trying not to be the person in front taking that brutal wind. And what happened in that first quarter mile, a lot of people were getting bumped and bruised and just banged around a little bit because they're not used to that. One of our freshmen, Blake Wooler, I'm not sure if he's with us tonight, but his first state meet started with getting knocked down in the first 30 seconds of the race and then having to get up, and he competed well to the end. And our top 5, which is the group that usually is that is our scoring group, we had 2 young men lose a shoe and another one get stepped on and end up with an injury that he was dealing with towards the end of the race. But the team first mentality came through one last time. And when the race was over, and I didn't know the full story of how the shoes and all that happened, our top 2 runners that day, Ben Triak and Ethan Sharp, both asked, how'd we do as a team? Not what was my time, anything like that. And I would later find out that when the gentlemen lost their shoes and they got stepped on, they said, I've got to keep going for my team. I'm not sure they would have done that a year ago, but this year they were up to the challenge. And they, along with Carson Marsh, are very deserving of being called our state champions this year. So I congratulate them and also thank them for a reminder of all the things that we can do when we put others' interests ahead of our own and the great things that can be accomplished. So thank you very much. And sorry I'm at school. The lights shut off at school if I don't move around in the room enough. So, but that's perfect timing to end it. So congratulations and thank you, gentlemen. I don't know if you get spirit fingers on a WebEx meeting, but congratulations. So, and it is now my honor to introduce our 2020 state champions in girls gymnastics and their coach, Coach Farrell. Thank you very much.
I just put Coach Farrow in. Heads up.
There you go. Hello. Sorry, my mask is stuck. That was a great speech, by the way, Coach.
Oh, thank you.
So sorry, we're actually at Jayhawk Gymnastics now. So my daughter has dance and we tried to patch in and it looks like it's working out perfectly. So one of the neatest things for us this season is that we were able to come in just like I think with all the other sports. My favorite way that we started is with summer conditioning, and the girls kept saying, Coach, are we going to have a season? And I would train in the morning at LHS with our athletes, and then at night with Free State. And the biggest question would be, just take it one day at a time. Just take it one day at a time. And I never would have guessed that not only would we get completely have the gratitude because so many others did not get a spring season. And I think that's what drove us for the entirety of the fall, is that we're lucky that we get to have this opportunity and not all were able to participate. So we competed for ourselves, for our schools, and also for the seniors from the spring. And it was an incredible opportunity. The girls rose to the occasion. The training was very high level, and they dialed it in. We had injuries as well throughout the season. We had some close calls on COVID. No positive cases, but our girls, everybody played it incredibly consistent. And I was happy to work closely with our ADs to make sure that we were following all COVID protocols. And I feel like to have an indoor sport, high risk, 0 cases is pretty incredible. So what the girls were able to pull off was nothing short of impressive, particularly in the middle of a modern pandemic worldwide. So when it came down to time, our season was extended 2 weeks. And in those 2 weeks, that gives us more time for injuries. And so we had to do a lot of moving around of parts and pieces to accommodate new injuries, old injuries, and really just sustain bodily function for 2 weeks. And so I said by the time we got to the state meet, we were all taped together, just taped, every tiny part, piece, joint was taped together. And we were happy to get to travel to Newton and stay in a hotel and to have that extra bonding time. Right before we competed, everybody had their own hotel room. We had masks on the whole time, very little actual close socializing. So given the circumstances, the girls did incredible. By the time we got to Newton to the state meet, the energy, for whatever reason, it just shifted in our favor, and all of us felt it. It kind of felt like almost like a underground earthquake for us. And by the time we started on beam and vault, Paris had a huge Sukahara pike on vault, which she ended up winning. And then we move on to Free State. Talia sticks her double back on bars that she was nervous since last year. And from then on, the ripple effect just took place. And it was one of the most incredible experiences, one that I truly will never forget. I know my coaches will not forget. And at the end, when you're standing there and you look around and you just can't believe you did it, it's the most sensational feeling. And the fact that these girls did it, they did it. They put in the work, they put in the hours, they gave absolutely everything at a time when a lot of people might not have shown up, and they did it. So we're very excited to not only bring a team state championship plus individual state championships and all around. I mean, we took every single gold in gymnastics in the state of Kansas this year, so that's pretty impressive. So very proud of our gymnastics team. I don't know if I'm supposed to say something else.
We want to just say congratulations to both of you and the extraordinary teams. And I've been following both. Some people close to me are on the gymnastics team in particular. So I am glad to hear you all had such successes and appreciate that you both came to share them with us. And it was an amazing cross-country team. I'll have to say they were extraordinary to watch. Amanda, did you have anything else that you wanted to share with us?
Just how proud I am of our student athletes and our coaches. Obviously, the fall had its challenges, and what Coach Heffernan was saying as far as the schedule is concerned, I think Kat would echo. What we thought her schedule was going to be in July is not at all what her schedule ended up being when the season was said and done. So I'm just so appreciative of the hard work and the commitment of our coaching staff to provide that safe environment for all of our kiddos to be able to compete. And then for them to be able to do so enduring such adversity, it really does speak volumes to their character, both as a coaching staff and as student athletes. So I could not be more proud. Free State could not be more proud of them. And I believe, Coach Heffernan, this was the first boys state cross country championship, I believe, in school history. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Yes, you're right.
Okay, very good. And then I know gymnastics has won a few in the past, but I think it's been quite a few years since that's happened. So we're just ecstatic for both sets of kids and appreciate all the support by the school district to provide them with the opportunity to be able to compete this fall.
I'd like to say congratulations. This is Melissa Johnson, too, and just brag that some of those kiddos I had in kindergarten, my very first kindergarten class. So,
Super,
Yeah,
congratulations. Go ahead, Doc.
I would like to also congratulate our teams for winning the state championships, and definitely echo that to do so during a pandemic is short of remarkable. I do remember seeing Kat Furrow in downtown Lawrence over a month ago, and when she left, she said, "We want to win a state championship," and she did. So kudos to both teams for. You remember that, Kat?
Yeah, I do.
Both.
And I think about that because I'm like, I actually said ahead of time, "You're welcome in advance," and then
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. So, so thank you to both teams. I'm super proud of the coaches and our scholars, athletes.
Okay, we're going to move on to Erica. You do not have special recognitions for retirement. Is that correct?
I do. I have one.
Oh, you do. Okay, please go.
Yes, thank you. So the Board of Education recognizes Annette Conrad with sincere appreciation for 8 years of service and devotion to this community and its schools. So on behalf of the board, Annette, thank you for your service.
Thank you, Erica. All right, so we're going to move on to report of the board president. I have a couple housekeeping things I wanted to get to for board members. I sent a related email with some links for you all. So you might want to check your email if you have any questions about how to connect to additional information on these things. So first thing is that the KASB's annual convention is December 2nd through the 4th. If you would like to register for that, please contact Elise for assistance. Dr. Lewis's annual review per statute is due here in the early part of the first semester. So we'll start that process at the December meeting. Erica and Melissa and I, Melissa as past president, will be forming a small committee to make sure that we keep that on track and provide Dr. Lewis meaningful feedback he can work with. There is a draft of a proposed updates to the board manual, which will be in your inbox in December. Those are, if you would take time to read those updates, it would be appreciated. The goal is to approve the board manual updates at a February meeting, and we will look at them at a board retreat in January, which I've asked Elise to help schedule. So that's coming. At that retreat, we'll have training in some boardmanships, including Open Meetings Act and a few other areas. So as nerdy as this is, I'm looking forward to that retreat. The board legislative platform is due in December. Shannon is doing a heavy lift on creating that platform, and it will come to the board in a few weeks. But if you have policy issues that you would like to see our legislatures take up, please contact the policy committee for feedback on that in that area. At the January board meeting, we will be, we'll have held our committee assignments for about a year. And typically we rotate. My recommendation as board president is that we maintain our committee assignments. But if there is a committee that you are interested in getting on, please contact me and we can see about trading assignments. The reason I'm asking us to retain is because of the of COVID and because of the mid-year shift can be challenging. We're forced to do committee assignments at the beginning of the year because of the unfortunate election cycle for board elections being mid-year. I wanted to take a moment to recognize Michelle Pavlicek, Lawrence High food service assistant who passed away last Thursday, and extend my condolences to her family on the behalf of the board and to the Lawrence High community. Grateful for her service and wish you peace during this time. My last ask to the community, in my own family, I have a daughter who's away at college and a large extended family. I think I have probably more first cousins than anybody in Lawrence. I feel like I could rival anybody that wanted to have a match to see who had the most. And we get together for holidays, and it is fun. We have great love for each other. I'm spending the holiday with 3 people, and one of them is not my daughter. I'm encouraging you, if you celebrate this holiday, to follow the guidelines of and the recommendations of health experts, and to stay home with those who are immediate to you. And then with that, I'm going to pass it over to Dr. Lewis for the Superintendent of Schools report. Thank you.
Thank you, Board President Jones. I have a few announcements. We continue to work to finalize the memberships of the Budget and Program Evaluation Committee, as well as the Boundary Advisory Committee. And we're asking that if there are any community members that are interested in serving on the Boundary Committee, may apply by Wednesday. You can contact the district office for more information. To support our children's nutritional needs during the fall recess, our food services staff distributed 11 days worth of food in last week's meal kits. As a reminder, there is no meal distribution this Wednesday because of the fall break. I had an opportunity to go and help assist distributing meals this past Wednesday, as did some other ESC staff and administrators. And thank you all that came out to help assist with that meal delivery. Our Tiny K program held a drive-through hearing screening last week. 9 children were quickly and successfully screened while they remained in their car seats. Douglas County's Extension Council recognized with its annual appreciation award for our food services department for its extra effort in support of or in partnership with the Extension Council's educational programs. These include the Summer Food Service Program, Day on the Farm to School Body Venture, and the Douglas County Food Resources Guide. Both Free State and Lawrence High were well represented, with students recognized by the Northeast Kansas Music Educators Association as members of the honors band, choir, and orchestra. This is a testament to the continued excellence of our amazing fine arts programs. Speaking of our high school students, and secondary students, our secondary second semester enrollment survey will go out go to parents on December the 7th. I too want to publicly express my sympathy to the family of our Lawrence High food service assistant, Michelle Palisic. Michelle died Thursday at the age of 65. Private family service is planned. Her family are in our continued thoughts and prayers. Our schools will be closed Wednesday through Friday of this week due to fall recess. Our district offices will close for the week at 11:30 on Wednesday. And then finally, as we approach the Thanksgiving holiday during this trying year of 2020, I am thankful for all of our Lawrence Public Schools staff and families. We may not always agree. In fact, I don't know of any family or team that agrees all the time. I stated before, we will get through this together and we will come out even stronger. I also want to echo our board president's remarks and encourage our community to continue to follow public health and safety recommendations so we can return to school after the break. I also want to share my thanks to the board, our administration, our teachers, support staff, students, families, and our community partners. The entire school community has helped us to prioritize safety and support student achievement and success. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis. Okay. So we are moving patron commentary to after the Together Again report. Because all of the commentary relates to the school reopening update, that will allow us to make decisions that are informed by your comments closer to when our decisions need to be made. I believe I'm double checking, but I do not think I have a comment that is not related to school reopening. Elise, can you verify that for me?
That's correct.
Okay. I'm going to pause for just one moment. Okay, so we're going to move on to board commentary. Are there board members who have comments for this evening?
Kelly, I have a couple things to share.
Okay.
This is Shannon. Wanted to share some of the, it's been a busy couple of weeks since our last board meeting, so I wanted to share with the community some of the things I've been involved in. Right after our last board meeting, I attended my first site council meeting at Sunflower Elementary School. Thank you to the building leadership and parents there for allowing me to participate in that. Look forward to our future meetings. That's a new assignment for me. It's the first time I've been part of their site council, so I'm glad to do that. Policy committee met that week as well, and our work product from those meetings is on the agenda tonight, so there's really not anything additional to share about that. Kelly and Paula and I will have some additional things on our agenda upcoming, including the legislative agenda recommendations and the work on the board policy manual that Kelly mentioned. Attended several trainings over the last couple of weeks. Did a half-day KASB equity training. Also the ECAP team training with Midwest Equity and Plains. That's part of the training that's being provided to our district team. I really appreciated the opportunity to attend and observe as a board member with our many staff and administrators that were on that training. Also, I did an EPA webinar on indoor air quality in K-12 schools, addressing the concept of layered risk amidst COVID-19. It was an excellent webinar. It's an excellent resource. It's my understanding that replays of that are going to be available on the EPA website. And as soon as the replay is posted, I'm going to share it with Elise to send to the whole board. And I really encourage you to watch it. I checked today; the replay wasn't posted yet, but it was really excellent. They did a great job of explaining the science behind aerosol transmission and how you use all the different mitigation strategies to reduce risk of COVID transmission in your buildings. Also, I continue to participate with the National School Board Association strategic planning process. I had a meeting last week for that, and I have another one upcoming tomorrow. And then finally, the Governor's Tax Council, we had a meeting just this past Thursday. Wanted to share with the board that they reported good news on the revenue front for our state. Currently, we are actually exceeding. Our tax collections are running slightly higher than what had been estimated earlier this year. So that's good news in light of COVID and everything that's going on. Continued optimism that they wouldn't have to make substantial cuts to services, including K-12 schools. As a result, although in the out year, in the 21-22 fiscal year, they're still projecting some budget shortfalls, but it's not as nearly as dire as it was, looking back in March and April. So I wanted to share that with the board. Also, I think my service on that committee is going to be extended. They're planning to extend the length of time that we are going to be working because of the pandemic. We were supposed to finish up our work during this legislative session, and I think we'll be working beyond that. Thank you to Kelly for mentioning the KASB virtual convention. I also wanted to put in one more plug to board members. If you haven't registered, to please consider doing so. It's really a great opportunity for some valuable professional development and even some virtual networking opportunities with board members across the state. So that's all I have. Thanks.
Other board members?
Yeah, I was not nearly as busy as Shannon, but I don't know why anybody would need to say that. But because we love everything that Shannon does. But I had the last couple of weeks, I had an opportunity to participate in some follow-up negotiations, little one-off breakout meetings with some LEA reps and district reps to work through some specific issues. So that was fun to get down into the weeds on some specific issues. So that was enjoyable, and we'll when we get back together as a full negotiations body, we'll go over that. And then yeah, I'll echo Kelly's comment on the our love and support to the LHS community for their loss, and also I'll reiterate the time and how much I personally appreciate hearing and reading the feedback from members of the community, and invite you to continue to do so.
This is Erica. I just have a couple things to mention. So I went to my first PINCME Site Council meeting on the 16th of November. I really enjoyed hearing from the teachers and parents, and the parents did express quite a bit of gratitude to Principal Maya Lugrand, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, for being attentive and responsive to the needs of teachers and students. So they were talked about that quite a bit. And I also had conversations and fellowship opportunities to work with local members of the National Black School Board Association. So that was a great conversation with them as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Erica. Other folks?
A second, you know, sometimes in the year of COVID, everything meshes together. So I forget what week is which and what I do. But I had that opportunity to be a part of that national school board that's centered around African Americans, Black folks. So it was pretty insightful and women. So yeah, I think that's it. I try to keep everything together, but I can't put my days and weeks together.
Melissa is a teacher and a graduate student at the same time that she is serving on our board. So everyone appreciates that you're here contributing. Other folks?
This is Paula. Since our last board meeting, I've attended the academic committee from the Peaslee Tech. We met and talked about professional development for instructors and having an evaluation sent out to those instructors, seeing what their needs are. And then we also talked about what their teacher-to-teacher mentor look like. So we talked a little bit about that, talked some about teacher retention at as the academic committee. And then I also followed that up by attending the Peaslee Tech board meeting. Again, we talked about what we talked about in the academic committee, and then also Peaslee Tech Executive Director Kevin Kelly, he applied for, through the CARES Act for a program called Rise Douglas County, and that was to raise income security and equity. And so far, what he had mentioned was about 70 people are being served. And so those fundings are to support Douglas County residents. If you've been impacted by low income, you'll essentially get your training for free, or you get assisted with your training at Peaslee Tech. And then I continue to attend the Unified Command meetings and the COVID Equity Impact Advisor meetings.
Thank you, Paula, for your service there.
I'm sorry, it's Melissa again, President Jones. I did have one thing, I don't know, I just wanted to put this out there, but I had the opportunity to overhear my child's one of their classes, and I think the question was like about whether or not the students knew that the semester was ending in the middle of January. So I don't know if that needs to go out to other, just like a reminder that the semester's actually ending. If it, I mean, some people probably already knew, but I knew that most of it, gentlemen, sorry, y'all. I apologize, but I think teachers are informing their students, but I don't know if we just need a reminder sent on, like whether it's via the website or something about the actual when the semester is ending because of the extension. Does that make sense?
It does. Yeah. And I see Dr. Lewis taking, well, he's always taking copious notes, but I see him taking a note right now, Melissa. So, other board members? Okay. Okay, we're going to move on to approval of the consent agenda. Do I have a motion to recommend we approve?
This is Paula. I'll make a motion. I move the Board of Education adopt the items listed on the consent agenda.
This is JR. I'll second.
Hill,
Yes.
Kadu Blackwood,
Yes.
Gordon Ross,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Kimball,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Okay, I now would like to invite Dr. Stubblefield, Deputy Superintendent, Patrick Kelly, Executive Director of Curriculum Instruction, Zach Conrad, Executive Director Assessment and Technology, Dan Partridge from the Lawrence Public Health, and Laura Milne from Thoughtexchange to
we'll have a guest here talking about Thoughtexchange. We're going to talk a little bit about the COVID-19 Advisory Committee and the new USD 497 COVID-19 dashboard that is a result of that committee's work. We're going to talk a little bit about COVID-19 testing, a partnership we have with LMH Health and the Lawrence Douglas County Public Health. Dan Partridge is here to answer any questions that you might have. Dr. Lewis is going to give you a quick update on some hybrid learning information, and then you've asked for some time to talk about the gating criteria. We're going to jump right in to the Thoughtexchange, and I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Lewis.
Thank you, Patrick. We appreciate the close to 3,500 participants giving us around 4,000 thoughts. This was additional way that we wanted to continue to gather feedback during this pandemic in an open-ended way. And as a reminder, we launched this Thoughtexchange October the 27th, and it remained open for about 10 days through November the 6th. And we were asking community members, this was parents, teachers, staff, and students. We want them to respond to a single open-ended question, and that question is listed there on the screen. What are some important thoughts for the district to consider as it works to ensure a successful and safe school year? And when respondents placed their thoughts in this Thoughtexchange, they also had an opportunity to read and rate other thoughts that were in this Thoughtexchange. From what's most important to them, what may not be so important to them. All of this input and ratings were indeed confidential, and there were language translations that were available to all participants. We are fortunate to have with us tonight Laura Milne, who's from Thoughtexchange. Laura, are you here?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, and Laura's going to share. She's going to take us into a dive of Thoughtexchange and so we can see exactly what our patrons were thinking when they shared these thoughts with us.
Thanks, Dr. Lewis. Hi, everyone. It's so nice to be here. I know your time together is really valuable, so I appreciate the opportunity to come chat with you. I have one minor hiccup, which is it doesn't look like I can share my screen. So I don't know if that can be changed.
Yes, that can be changed.
Okay.
I just made you a presenter.
Perfect.
1 sec.
Thank you. Okay, great. So I'm going to endeavor to, like I said, just keep this to 15, 20 minutes at the very most, because I know you have so much to cover. It's always a challenging time. I feel like I'm a broken record saying that, but I want to give you as much time back as possible to address your agenda. But we ran this Thoughtexchange, like Dr. Lewis was saying, and your community really grabbed on, and we saw some pretty remarkably high participation. So I'm really just here to give you a high-level view of the results. Hopefully some of you, most of you, all of you were able to participate yourselves in the exchange. But yeah, what I'd like to do is really look at the dashboard and some of the analytics. I would really appreciate any questions as they pop up. Certainly don't feel that you have to wait until the end to ask a clarifying question if you have any. But I'll just start by sort of talking about, at a really high level, what Thoughtexchange is and the value that we add to districts. The way that I like to describe Thoughtexchange is if you have a survey kind of over here on one end of the spectrum, and then you have a focus group, a consultant-led focus group over here on this end of the spectrum. Thoughtexchange sort of operates in the middle. So we're similar to a survey in that it's very scalable. Just with sharing a link, you can actually get the perspectives of thousands of stakeholders really efficiently. So we're sort of like a Google form that you would send out a link. But we're similar to a consultant leading a focus group in terms of the qualitative data that you get. So, when you are participating in a focus group and you're 8 or 10 people and a facilitator asks you a question, and then you have this very rich conversation where you consider the nuances of a particular issue or a topic. What we try to do with Thoughtexchange is allow you to do that at scale and allow you to do that in multiple languages, like Dr. Lewis said, and in a way that isn't transactional in one way. So we ask participants to respond to a very open-ended, interest-based question that's really designed to meet them where they're at and give them an opportunity to say what they need to say. But then we also give them the opportunity to see what other people said in response to that question. And what we want to do there is actually move people out of the echo chambers that we see pop up in communities and in stakeholder groups, where you're only kind of hearing from like-minded people, and you end up with a really narrow view, which from a leader's perspective sometimes ends up in, that small vocal minority that we hear about. So we're trying to kind of crack that code at Thoughtexchange. We've been doing this work for about 10 years across the United States. We work with thousands of communities, and really happy to be supporting you in this conversation about how to ensure a successful and safe school year in these unusual circumstances. So before I share my screen and dive into the data with you, I'll just, Dr. Liz, is there anything you'd like to add to that, or are there any burning questions right off the bat that I can answer?
No, I think we're just ready to dive into the data.
Perfect. Okay, so can I get a thumbs up if you're seeing the dashboard? Perfect. Okay, great. So I was, first of all, I want to say I was really impressed with how quickly your community grabbed onto this platform and the level of participation. So it was open for a little bit over a week, like Dr. Lewis said, and in that time you heard from 3,400 people, 3,426 people to be exact. They came in and in their own words responded to this open-ended question we posed. What are some important perspectives or thoughts for the district to consider as we work to ensure a successful and safe school year for students, staff, and families? So notice what we didn't do there is say, what should we do to ensure a successful and safe school year? We said, what are some important perspectives for us to consider? And that's really at the crux of a Thoughtexchange, is we're trying to move people into a space of sharing and considering multiple perspectives. So not stating and defending their opinion, but just sharing and considering perspectives. And then on the back end here with AI, we can do some theming. We can look at where there's alignment and misalignment. We can look at what's coming up frequently, but also what people are starring as most important in that conversation. So I was really happy always to see the number of thoughts exceeded the number of participants. So what that means is people were sharing more than one idea. And then even more important was this really high number here on star ratings. So 124,468 stars were assigned in this exchange. So that means that people were not just kind of saying what they needed to say and hopping out. They were actually going through and they were reading the thoughts of other community members and their peers and assigning a star rating to those. We did set this up in multiple languages, so any language that Google Translate recognizes was built into the platform. Predominantly English, but we had 17 Spanish speakers participate, 6 Chinese, and then some single users speaking Arabic, German, Italian, and Japanese. So that means that they were able to read and write in that language, and everything in the exchange was translated into their language of choice. predominantly parents and family members that participated, and hopefully you can see these numbers that I'm looking at here. About 68% of the exchange was parents and family members, 12% teacher and staff, board and administration, 17 people who identified as that. And then I was actually really delighted to see this is a pretty high percentage of student participation in a community-wide exchange. So I'll just take a little bit of time and go through a couple of the tabs down the left here to give you a bit of a glimpse into the data and what came up. So the first thing that I'll show you is this, just make my screen a little bit bigger, this lovely word cloud. Everyone is familiar with what a word cloud looks like, but these are the terms and the words that came up in the exchange. And the AI has dropped them into a cloud here. And then when I click on those, it pulls up all of the thoughts that contain that particular keyword in rank order. So you can see there's 815 thoughts containing the keyword learning. So that tells us that this came up frequently when people were answering the question. A lot of people were thinking about learning. I'm going to switch over to another view here. And this is going to show us the same words in a word cloud, but the big words, instead of those being the ones that showed up frequently, the big words are now the ones that people starred the highest. So learning was a really important word when we looked at it with this view, so it came up frequently. But when we move to the star rating, there we go, a little bit slow. There we go. The highest rated thoughts were actually the ones that contained the keyword plan. So a survey would have told us that learning is really important to your community. That's the most important thing. A thought exchange is actually telling you that people were placing a lot of importance on thoughts that contained the word plan. So I want to pull up here. This is a list of all of the thoughts in the exchange in rank order. So there's 80 pages of thoughts here. That sounds overwhelming. The AI and theming tool kind of is helping us sort through that and understand what's most important. But you can see all the thoughts here in the dashboard. And I just want to give a shout out to Ms. Julie Boyle, who's done a really excellent job going through and adding comments to some of these highly rated thoughts. So the highest rated thought in your entire exchange out of 3,400 thoughts was, I think it's important to have a thought out plan and be transparent with parents. Parents need to know what decisions are being made and not just a couple of days before school is scheduled to go into hybrid mode. So Julie's done a really good job of responding to that and saying, we hear you, absolutely, and here is all of the information for you to explore as related to reopening and COVID-19. So when I scroll through these top thoughts, there are certainly a number of thoughts about, transparent communication and timely communication and making sure that parents are informed. And then there's also a lot of thoughts that are very highly rated about masks. So what that says to me is that there's a lot of support in your district for mask wearing. So out of thousands of thoughts, some of these ones about, making a mask, using a mask to reduce the spread of germs were rated really highly. So I know this is already a stance that Lawrence has taken on mask wearing and that's been communicated by Julie here and saying, yes, we agree with you, mask up. That's why we have this policy in place. But I just want to reiterate what we asked people in this exchange is what are some important things to consider? So we didn't ask what should we do, what shouldn't we do? We just said what's important to you. And what's come out here is, clear communication, transparent communication, and mask wearing are very important to your community. So I'll just pause there for a moment and see, Dr. Lewis, if there's anything you'd like to add to that.
No, I'll ask if any of our board members have any questions so far about the top rated thoughts.
I'll just keep chatting, but please speak up if you do have any thoughts or questions about the process. So yeah, like I said, what we didn't ask people to vote. We didn't, ask people what should we do. It's really just surfacing what's most important to most people. And I think the value here is, I know district leaders and school boards hear from certain people a lot, right? You do hear from from people who have opinions on things. And what we've been able to do here is hear from everyone, but then ask them to kind of vet the comments as a community. So you get to find out, is that, you know, thing that shows up on your social media or that conversation that you have with one person, does that represent everyone, or does that just represent that one person? So that's essentially what we're validating in an exchange. So I'll just go through a couple of more tools here. One is this differences tab. Here we go. So I won't get into the nuances of the AI and the machine learning that kind of sorts this out. But essentially what this tool does is, as people are rating thoughts, it looks for commonalities. So people that are showing similar rating behavior, and it's pulled them into two groups here. So the green group and the blue group. You can see that, you know, they're relatively even in numbers. The blue group, the thoughts on the left here were rated very highly by the blue group. So the blue group is saying remote learning works. An attempt to return to school to normal before it's safe to do so will only prolong all of this. Remote learning is a success. Good teaching can happen from anywhere. So the blue folks here are saying we're very supportive of just, let's stay remote. This is going fine. We want to be safe. Then we have, you know, the green group over here that's emerged, and they've rated these thoughts on the right very highly. The thoughts that are saying, actually, no, the experts are saying we should go back to school. We should be 100% in school. Teachers are essential. Get kids back in the classroom. So this is, I'm sure, not surprising any of you. We know this division exists around COVID-19, and we know this division exists in every community. You're not alone there. What this has done is really flushed it out. It's allowed you to see what the discrepancy is between those two groups. I would say they're quite evenly split in this thought exchange anyways. But I think the real value here is this column down the middle, right? So that space where this Venn diagram overlaps, where the blue group and the green group have common interests. And what we're seeing here again is thoughts on communication. So whether they're for remote learning or coming back to school or however they feel on that, they are agreeing that, you know, they do appreciate regular, consistent, and transparent communication, that they want heads up when things are changing. And if we scroll down further, there's common interests on masks as well. So I think, you know, what we do here, and what I always, you know, work with leaders on, is acknowledging that there's division, owning, you know, that there will be areas that people don't come together, but being able to look in this common ground and say, well, where do people agree? Where can we make some progress? So I know that this is something that Dr. Lewis and his team are working through, and like I said, Julie Bowe is doing a really great job of reflecting back what has been heard in this exchange and making sure that people are steered towards the resources that exist, and all the work that your COVID committee and reopening planning, all of that work that's on the website, really steering people back to that. Any questions before I move on? This is a nuanced tool, this Venn diagram tool, so please ask if you have questions.
Hey, Laura. This is
Hi.
I have a question. Do we know, and I might have missed it, a little bit more about the 775 and 697 people that, what their racial makeup or demographic? Oh, you did show it. Okay.
I didn't actually, so no worries, Paula. I hadn't gotten to this, but we do have the ability to look at the demographic composition. So for this particular exchange, we asked just one single demographic filtering question. Basically, what's your role in the district? Are you a parent, a staff member, a student, etc.? So, you know, you can see that the green side, the people who are leaning more towards going back to school and fully reopening, is like it's 88% parents, so it's stacked a little bit more on the family member parent side, whereas the people saying let's stay remote is stacked a little bit heavier on, or not stacked heavier, but there's more representation among staff and teachers. There are not that many staff and teachers in the green group, but many more in the blue group. So we have some insight there. One thing I will say, because this is probably where your mind is going, is that we kept this exchange quite simple. We cast the net really wide with a broad question, and we asked a single demographic filtering question. This is your community's first experience with this platform. But we could get down to the campus level So we could look at the campus level makeup for this conversation. We could look at, grade level. Basically, we can tailor those demographic filtering questions to whatever would be most useful for you when you're looking at the data.
Thanks, Laura.
Yeah. Any other questions? On that note, I will also just show you that when we looked at this thoughts tab that contains all of the thoughts in the conversation, we can also filter that by demographic. And this is quite an interesting thing to do. You can see, to have a thought out plan and be transparent with parents is the highest rated thought when we filter it by parents. So that's not surprising. But I'm going to filter it by students, and this is going to show us the ratings as students rated them. The highest rated thought from students was ease up on expectations and screen time for the kids. Chill on homework. How can the safety of teachers be guaranteed? Continue online learning until it's safe to go back. So these are actually some of the highest rated thoughts from your student population. So it's really interesting to just use those filters. And then we can also start to search by keyword here. So I'm just going to type in masks. And you can see all of the thoughts that contain the keyword masks. We can also filter that further by students and masks. I just want to give you a sense of how you can use some of these filters to go deeper into the data. So students rated very highly, we should all wear masks. So you've got strong support with students there. Any other questions about the ability to filter the data? So a couple of other tools I always run the risk of going over time, so please cut me off. This is some heat mapping that shows us how, the darker rectangles are the ones that were starred more highly. The different demographics are along the bottom here. And then these keywords here illustrate the different themes that have shown up. So the darker rectangles, you can see students, they starred thoughts about mental health very highly. Parents, teachers, other less, didn't star the mental health thoughts quite as high, but students really did. So that's, gives some insight there. So there are a lot of different ways. I won't go into the details of the dashboard, but that we can start kind of drilling into the data and seeing not just what's true for everyone, but what's true for the different groups and what the differences are. Same thing with the bar charts. This is some AI that sort of auto-themes the results as people are participating. It's going to pull thoughts into particular themes that show up here in the bar charts based on the keywords that they're containing. So again, you see a mental health theme that's emerged here. And when I click on that, all of the thoughts about mental health are shown here in rank order. So certainly lots of areas to dig deeper into, whether that's teacher workload or, the different kinds of communication that would help parents feel, more connected, or mental health and screen time with students. There's certainly illuminated a lot of different areas. When we ask that broad question, like what are some important things for us to consider as we work to make our schools safe? The thing is, it gives you what you're looking for. And it also gives you sometimes some things that you hadn't really thought about. So I've been really, impressed with the high participation, and I think you have, congratulations on the work that you've done to have an engaged community like that. And yeah, just excited to see where this will go. Any other? Is there anything in here, Dr. Lewis, that you'd like me to chat about before we move on?
No, you hit, I definitely wanted to share the students' thoughts there, but you addressed those.
Yeah. Any questions from any other board members or attendees? I might mention just a few more things while I'm here, because these are questions that I get emailed to me afterwards. Just sort of the process of going through and rating thousands of thoughts. I think It feels a little bit like drinking water from a fire hose when you first look at your dashboard with that much information in it. I think it's important to understand that there's a lot of AI that makes this a very fair process when people share and rate thoughts. So you can share as many thoughts as you'd like, but we ask the rest of the participants to determine how important those thoughts are. So even if someone gets in there and shares 20 thoughts on something they feel very passionate about, it doesn't give them a louder voice in the exchange unless everyone else rates those thoughts highly. So that's just an important thing to keep in mind in terms of data validity. I'm a social scientist by training and former qualitative researcher, so this kind of thing is important to me. And then the other thing is something happens in the STAR step when people are participating. Everyone sees the thoughts in a different order. So we're each seeing a different randomized order of thoughts. We're not seeing the first thought that was added followed by the second and the third, because we know that people will only rate 20 or 30 thoughts. So we want them to see a good cross section of the entire conversation as they're going through and rating. They also don't get to choose which thoughts they rate. So you can't go in and pick all of the thoughts about masks and only rate those. The AI is going to make sure that it's a fair process. And we've also removed names from the process. So what happens there is people aren't they're judging the merit of the thought and not the person who shared it. So we really try to remove as much bias as possible and make this a level playing field for all participants. Any other questions while I'm here?
Thank you for coming, Laura. We appreciate it. It's really a fascinating software, and it's helpful for us in our to get a picture of where our community is at.
Yeah, my pleasure. Thanks, Kelly. Oh yeah, and then the last thing I'll say is that there certainly is that was the dashboard, that was like the full glimpse of the data and the different tools. There's some simplified reporting that Dr. Lewis and Ms. Boyle are working on to share the results back broadly.
Yes, those are my next steps.
Perfect.
Any other questions for Laura? Again, thank you for being here, Laura, and sharing with us the results of our thought exchange. We definitely appreciate the work that you've been doing with us in pushing this thought exchange out and looking at the data on the back end.
Yeah, my pleasure. It was a very interesting and engaged community, and those are the best ones to work with. So thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Take care. Bye.
Thank you. Bye. As Patrick is getting their slides back up, we do have some next steps as it relates to the thought exchange. Laura mentioned that there is a final report that we can share with the community, and we'll do just that. Once we finalize that report, we will share it on social media and eventually, to all the community members in an email. We'll continue to examine those emerging themes with our executive leadership team. This work will also help guide the work that we do in our COVID advisory committee. And we'll just ask ourselves three questions. What can we own? What can we validate? And what can we speak truth to as we examine those thoughts from our staff, students, and community members. I wanted to provide a brief update on the work of our COVID committee. We've had 4 meetings so far, and one of our first meetings, we actually engaged our COVID committee in a thought exchange. And as a reminder, the purpose of this COVID committee is to provide feedback on administrative recommendations and to also provide different perspectives on proposed practices and protocols during this pandemic. I know Erica, Kelly, and Shannon are also on the COVID committee, so feel free to chime in on any of the topics that we talked about, or just the makeup of the COVID committee. It's a very diverse group of individuals. I'm on the committee, our LEA representatives. We have some LEA representatives on the committee, our special education representatives, our equity advisory and parents of color. Our classified staff is represented. We have parents from our site councils, building and district administrators. We have our partners in public health and nursing. We have some experts in facilities and operations, and we also have couple of students on the COVID committee as well. We share a Google Classroom site that we can post documents on and pose questions. And again, the agenda and minutes of this of the work that our COVID committee is doing is available on our school board website. What you're seeing on the screen is the first question that we engaged our COVID advisory committee on in this thought exchange that simply says, as we move toward reopening our campuses and for in-person instruction, what is top of mind for you? And on the screen, you can see some of those emerging themes that came from those top thoughts from our COVID committee. Some of those top thoughts are, I want my child to have a high quality education. Safety was a concern. Getting back to students, which is the reason we come each day. And then similar to the thought exchange we just looked at, mental health. Must have good mental health to perform at our highest. And then equitable access for students to meet the unique needs of our diverse students. We also had the opportunity to hear from Dr. Farah Ahmed, our state epidemiologist, as well as our partner locally here, Director of Douglas County Public Health, Dan Partridge. There was some conversations that were taking place around that time around the Douglas County's smart and safe school guidance, as well as the Kansas school COVID gating criteria metrics. And so we asked both Dr. Ahmed and Dan Partridge to be there to just answer questions about those two different tools. And one of the things that I thought was really interesting that Dr. Ahmed pointed out when she stated there is no one metric that's more important than the other. They're all meant to be taken as a whole, along with other local knowledge about the situation. And so our local partners are important in this way. And she stated that data is always changing. I think we're seeing that with this pandemic. It's always changing. And so we had an opportunity to hear from those two individuals at one of our COVID committee. At another meeting, on the next slide, we had an opportunity to hear from both of our athletic directors, Dr. Fonts and Nick Wood, Denise Johnson, our Assistant Director of Fine Arts and Health and Wellness. And then we had two of our fine arts teachers, Melissa Smith and Lizette DeBoard. They came and shared some information around mitigation strategies for winter sports, as well as some of our fine arts. In addition, we had conversations with the committee around COVID testing, wrestling. We shared a thought exchange data, not only of the initial thought exchange that the COVID committee engaged in, but we shared a little bit of what you just saw from Laura. And then we also had an opportunity to discuss and look at our district COVID-19 dashboard. And on the next slide, you'll see some of the information that was shared by our athletic directors and our fine arts staff. And what you're seeing are images of several documents that were shared with the entire COVID committee. And these documents also live on our COVID-19 Google site. Just some basic mitigation strategies for our sports and some pictures of a choir room or band room that illustrates some of the mitigation strategies that they're doing at the buildings. They also shared with us, which I did not know existed at the time, was choir mask, band mask, as well as bell covers for our instruments. And so at this time, we will move into our, I'll pause right there to see if Shannon, Erica, or Kelly had any thoughts on our COVID committee.
I just wanted to say that I appreciate the time that members of our community and our staff are taking to participate in these meetings. We're meeting every couple of weeks right now, and on a Wednesday evening, and with all of the commitments that our parents and our teachers have. I appreciate that they are available to provide input, and I appreciate the opportunity as a board member to listen to that input and participate as well. So thanks.
Thank you. Okay, hearing no other feedback. want to move into our COVID-19 dashboard, which again was one of the items on the agenda for our COVID-19 advisory committee. Zach is going to share in just a moment here what that dashboard looks like, but just wanted to kind of provide high level. The purpose of the COVID-19 dashboard is to provide, and this was something that we heard in the thought exchange, this notion of transparency. And so we wanted to provide a graphical reporting to the public just for that purpose of being transparent. We wanted to track the impact of the COVID pandemic in our schools. We've always had state level data and local data, but we wanted to have an opportunity to see what is the impact of this pandemic on our schools. And so you'll see a number of data points that we will definitely monitor and keep a close eye on. One of the features of this dashboard is it can be filtered by district, by level, so we can look at what this data looks like at our elementary schools, our middle schools, and our high schools, and even down to the school level. We're a couple of the metrics that he'll show you. This is not all of them, but percent testing positive, both students and staff, our student attendance, our staff absences that are requiring a substitute, and that fill rate of substitutes. And so at this time, you can go to the next slide. I'll turn it over to Zach Conrad to actually share with you the dashboard.
Good evening, board. My name is Zach Conrad. I'm Executive Director of Data and Technology, and I will be sharing my screen of the actual dashboard. And, as Dr. Lewis said, one of the purposes behind the dashboard is so that for transparency purposes, and this evening we'll go over the dashboard itself so we can ask some questions about the data and how it's presented. Really, what we wanted to do is be able to provide the data that we have for public consumption. So this dashboard can be made live this evening. And so let's just view some of the elements on here. The first couple charts that we have, let me back up a bit, I'm sorry. On the right-hand side of all of these charts, we have the ability to filter. And so we can filter by level. We can also filter by individual school. And lastly, we can see this over time. So you can pick specific dates or you can watch the trend over time. I just hit that play button on the side just so that it shows the chart over time. So those are three functionalities, and we'll see those along every chart that we look at, that those filters are there. So individually, we wanted to look at percent of students testing positive and percent of staff testing positive. So these numbers are reported to us by students and staff through the buildings. So as we are notified, we publicly put those out there that individuals, whether students or staff, have tested positive. We are keeping track of those who have been on campus. So although we have remote students that attend school remotely full-time, if they're on campus for any reason, for activities or otherwise, those numbers are reported back to us and they are included in the positive tests. But what we've also done is we have excluded them from the total number of students, that denominator. And so the denominator, the total number of students, is just our hybrid students within the district. And so we did that very specifically so that we could be a little more sensitive to the percentages. So if you look down here, percent of students testing positive, we see the percentages on the side. So over the top, we see the number of students. As I hover over it, you can also see the data in here. And on the side, we see the percent of those students testing positive. So it's a very low percentage of our students. It's a very low number of students. but we wanted to be sensitive to it, so we've included all students that test positive that are on campus, whether remote or hybrid, in the numerator, and only our hybrid students in the denominator. The staff, percent of staff testing positive, we have included all staff in this. So as we are notified of staff testing positive, we also send out a public notification of that, and we are tracking that here as well. And these are divided by the number of staff assigned to the building. And you can also see the percentage here on the side. We can also hover over each of these bars, and it shows you the percentage of our staff that have tested positive by week. So are there any questions over the first two sets of charts here, the percent testing positive?
Board members?
Kelly, this is Shannon. I have a question.
Sure.
Zach, if you go back to that staff data, I do have a question, because when I went and counted, I think it was something like we have had 40 positive staff cases since the 1st of November. It doesn't appear to me that this chart shows 40 for the staff.
So
those first three bars.
I pull my data from what Julie Boyle also collects and puts out publicly. And so from her website, I'm sorry, say that again?
I'm sorry, maybe it was only 32. I think maybe it was 40 total cases. 32 of them were staff members. So how many people are in the big bar that's next to 6?
13.
Okay.
And 4.
Okay. Is this inclusive of classified and certified staff, or just?
So this is inclusive of whatever gets reported to us, Julie Boyle sends out publicly. And those are the numbers that I also put in here.
Okay. But it's certified and classified together, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So there is the possibility that it did not get reported the same way or the way that we put it in here. It's just the data that's available to us is what I put in here.
Okay, thank you.
Are there additional questions about these two slides or charts? We can slide down to the attendance charts. So we have both student average daily attendance %. We have staff attendance % as well. So this is part of the gating criteria. We wanted to make available the student average daily attendance percentage compared to last year. We all are well aware that last year attendance is a little different than this year's attendance. So we've done our best to make them comparable or comparable so that we can make some sort of judgment call as outlined by the gating criteria. And so what we're looking at is 2019, 2020, and 2021 school year. So there's 2 bars, and the gating criteria is looking at the difference between these 2 bars. In the 1920 school year, all students are included. That's the average daily attendance. The weeks are similar, but obviously off a little bit as the calendar changes. The 2021 is just our hybrid students. And so we have excluded the remote students from this average. These are just our hybrid students. We did take it all the way back to the start of the school year for this year, acknowledging that we do have hybrid didn't start until 10/19. So we are able to look at the trends before and the trends after that start. And we don't see a whole lot of difference there. Again, you're able to dive in on the side by level and by school. And so we understand and appreciate that hybrid students are only on site 2, and sometimes 1 day a week. But we have done our best to make it comparable for that gating criteria. Staff attendance is only certified staff as reported within our system, our ASOP system. And so as those get reported in, and that's all staff within that system that report an absence, and divided by the total number of staff that we have. Are there questions over these two that I can help clarify and or?
Yeah, I have one.
Okay.
So 2 weeks ago, I think it was 2 weeks ago, maybe in one of our last meetings, I don't remember. When we talked about the attendance criteria measure, one of the things that we talked about was the fact that in order to get value from that metric, just the straight attendance number is not really enough, because if someone's quarantining but they're still signing in remotely, then they count as being attended, but really that really should count as we really should know that they're under quarantine or that they've been exposed, so that we can compare attendance numbers, because we're looking at how badly COVID has affected our attendance. That's one of the things that we talked about. And I am not aware, I could be incorrect, but I am not aware currently within PowerSchool and the way that teachers take attendance that there's any way for them to designate that piece of information when they take attendance. They take attendance and they can either mark that the child is there or not there, but they can't mark that they're there quarantining or that they're there whatever. Is that a correct statement?
That is a correct statement. We currently do not have it built in to signal or flag that they are quarantining, and that's why they're not present. And so that becomes a complication that we have within the system. We do have present in person and present remote, but that doesn't get at the heart because your kids are remote. Now, with this, we also don't know, sometimes you have remote students that are remote all the time, or that are quarantining they are not tested positive, but they may have been exposed to it. And so that would help us understand more of that side of it, but it doesn't give us a true picture of who is out because of COVID just based on the attendance. There's all sorts of little drawbacks here of the way to do this, but at the same time, this is part of the gating criteria, and like Dr. Lewis mentioned, needs to be taken holistically. So this one data point's not going to necessarily do that for you, but it's as close as we can get with what we have.
Erica, I thought I saw you unmute yourself. I have a question, but I was going to let you go first if you.
I did have a question, but GR, I believe, addressed it. I was just wondering if that information, the attendance, included hybrid students that chose to attend remotely. I think the answer is that it does include that.
We do collect data on students quarantining. The nurses are tracking that, correct?
Yes, and we have that in a lower chart at the bottom.
Okay. And does that data around quarantining include pending cases or just the cases that pending, meaning there's been some challenges at the county level getting information back. We have issues with contact tracing, as every community does, in terms of timeliness. So we have pending cases. Does that data just include those students whom, or educators who we have? It doesn't include pending cases, correct?
If the school is notified that they are in quarantine, then that data is included here.
I think it doesn't include pending cases. So the nurses have tracked both the cases that are quarantining, and then they do have pending data as well. So it must be that it's not included here until it's been factually provided to the nurse or to the to the nurses and then dropped into this data is my guess.
I think that's a safe assumption. Yeah, I'm not absolutely sure. I request the data from our nurses, and this is the data that they provide.
Thank you. I have another question for you, Zach, and this might be a question for another administrator. When teachers' absences are covered in-house, how is that counted? So meaning teachers absent, we'll still get that data here, right? Because this is anybody that's called to say that they're not coming in.
Yes, so the teacher's absence, if it's covered in-house, I don't know if Zach is, hi, this is Anna. I don't know if Zach has gotten to that chart yet, but that's that unfilled portion.
Okay.
If it is anything that's covered in-house is calculated into the unfilled. So like, if it's at 93%, that means 7% was covered in-house somehow, be it another teacher, an administrator, or whomever. So the unfilled portion is whatever was not picked up by a sub if a sub was requested.
Okay, so this first point of data, though, Anna, includes all of those people, correct? Okay,
yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
For any reason, they're included in here. We are also trying to be careful with FERPA data and HIPAA data here, so as not to expose personal information. And so there are reasons why perhaps we don't know why students are out, and why we don't necessarily code everything, because we do want to have some barrier there to protect against FERPA and HIPAA violations.
That makes sense to me. Can you tell me, Zach, does this include East Heights, this data? At the top of the dashboard, it didn't look like it did. So they have had some positive cases. So if a parent has a loved one or a child or a adult that they care for that attends.
East Heights?
Yeah, that's not included here.
It is not included in this data set.
Can we include it, please?
Yep, I will jot that down.
Thank you.
Kelly, this is Shannon. So I guess as to the first, it sounds like there's some more charts that we're going to see with some additional data, but for these first four, so I'm keep going back to, what is the question that we're trying to answer with the data as we're presenting it? And, it seems like the question that we need to answer is how safe are our staff and students in our buildings, and how sick are people getting? Our staff and students, what is the level of illness that they're experiencing? And so, given that there's a lot of various calculations that are having to go into creating these numbers, I'm just wondering whether it would be more transparent to community. For instance, if we go back to the percent positive charts, Zach, the way that this data is being shared out by district when we send notifications to people is not a percent positive, but it's rather just to say this is, we've had a case here, we've had a case there, we've had this case. And when you start doing a bunch of calculations to try to turn it into a percent in order to display this, it becomes confusing. For example, I have already had the confusion around the question that I asked you about percent staff testing positive. I also have questions about the student number that's shown on here, because if you go to our website where we've been listing the positive cases, there were actually 3 student cases listed that we notified the community about last week, but you're only showing 1 on the chart. And so it seems like it would be a lot cleaner to just, instead of trying to convert these into percentages, to just show numbers.
Shannon, I completely appreciate that perspective, and I've tried to label these above so that you can see that while also including the percent so that we have both pieces of data. I could swap that so that it is the number on the axis and the percent above, but numbers in and of themselves have no meaning. We have to put that narrative around it. So I try to put as much information so that we have a decent narrative out of one chart. And so if you'd like me to switch them, I can.
I guess I'm just reacting to what parents and staff have expressed to board members that they want to know. They want to know, how many cases have you had in my building? And they want to know, has my kid been in a classroom with a positive case? Or as a teacher, do I have students in my classroom that were positive cases? So that the families and students can react to that information. And so, from the kind of that transparency perspective, I feel like the way that this is presented is confusing and missing the mark in providing that information to families.
Shannon, I think what you're asking, these charts won't provide that specific information. I think, so when staff or students or anyone is a close contact, they are contacted directly. And then Julie provides the information around at the school location. So I think if you just want numbers on this chart, what Zach is proposing, maybe flipping it will give some of that, and then making sure that this chart is updated in a timely fashion. As we're releasing the data, this chart needs to happen at the same time. Otherwise, it's always going to be either a lag or the numbers won't match up until later down the road. But if individuals on any of our campuses, ESC schools or wherever, if you're a close contact, you are contacted. But we follow what the Douglas County Health Department shares, and then we share the location of where the positive test. So I understand your question, but I don't think that I don't think there is a chart that can provide that component without it being confusing. Or I could be wrong.
I guess maybe I muddied the question a little bit by bringing up the close contact issue, because I wasn't really meaning that, other than to say that right now, if you want to find out how many cases of COVID we've had amongst our staff in our district, you have to go about 6 clicks into the website, scroll down a long page of text, and then read the individual entries as they've been. So having it in a chart makes a lot of sense, but I think I'm just reacting to, if I were trying to find the data that I could currently find now in that kind of buried on that web page, if I were trying to find it on this chart, I wouldn't feel like I was able to find it.
And so, for example, I just want to look at my school. I'd be able to come up here, and I'm just picking Hillcrest randomly, right? And I'd be able to come up and look at, I did have a staff, but no students, okay? So I can pick just the school and just look at that. Are you suggesting that the percentage needs to go away and just be the number? Am I hearing that correctly?
Well, unless there's some use that we have for this percentage calculation, I have pictured the dashboard as a measure of transparency to students and staff, so that they could see the hard data all in one place, right? For instance, if you go out on there was a great example of something that shows this on Topeka 501's website. They basically have a chart that shows how many students tested positive during this time period, how many staff, and it just has the numbers. It's very easy to read, and I would like for our presentation of the data to be as transparent and easy to understand as possible. And I'm not finding, for me, I'm not finding that this, especially when you had to explain to us that in order to get this data, you're having to do a lot of background calculating for the numerator and the denominator to get to the data that you're showing. And I'm not sure that that's something that'll be readily understood.
So it sounds like what we could do in terms of next steps is just look back maybe, and I know you have, but just kind of look at this particular place to see, is there a way that parents could use this information and staff could use this information that might address some of the issues that Shannon has brought. And it might be that you find challenges to that, and you can come back to the board and provide us an update on that, which can be via email or certainly something that the public can see as well. Just in terms of updates. That's probably a good next step to think through, like how you might problem solve the issue.
Thank you.
Perfect. So as we scroll down, there's 2 more sections here. This section is number of staff absences requiring a sub. This is just the raw number. It's overtime. It could also be broken down by school and level. And so from here, we get the staff fill rate. So these are just staff absences that would require a substitute. Staff fill rate is our ability to fill those with a sub. So we see here that we had 161 absences this week that required a sub. We have 93% of those were filled, or 7% and change, 6% change that were covered internally or some other way.
Zach, this is Erica. I have a question. So are these absences specific to COVID or absences in general?
No, again, for FERPA and HIPAA, these are just in general absences.
And just to clarify,
oh, sorry. I think we're probably going to ask the same question. I was thinking like some of those absences are by periods, correct? Was this like, I'm sorry, I may have misunderstood. Was it elementary or was it, this is as a whole? Like, you know, because I know sometimes it's by periods, right? If you're in middle school and high school.
Yeah, so what we wanted to look at here is our ability to fill all of those absences that require a sub. So one of our concerns is that we won't be able to fill those. We wanted to look at how well we're doing. This includes all absences. It can be periods, but it is, are we able to meet that demand?
And then, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Can you say, how does classified staff fit into this equation? Like, for example, they wouldn't have been included in the data from the couple slides past, but obviously we can't operate without our classified staff either. So where are we tracking?
So Kelly, we have been working with our time clock system to pull that data. It's not incorporated in that, but that is a next step because they report their absences in a different system that doesn't necessarily kick out the reports that we get from ASOP. So that is the next step. We can pull how many are absent and such, but it's not, you're right, it's not included because we are just trying to backtrack that. And if Dave is on, he might be able to speak more to that.
It sounds like essentially, Dr. Stubblefield, that that's a piece of data that's forthcoming, that will be included as soon as we figure out how to provide it in a format like ASOP, correct?
Yeah,
or no?
so right now it's very difficult to pull that information out of time clock. whereas ASAP, you enter that. So it's just figuring out how to get that data, those data points out. Also, sometimes classified staff make up time later. And so we're going to need to figure out, once we can get it out of the system, how to disaggregate it all to be meaningful.
Is it possible, this is probably pretty straightforward, and maybe Dave, you'll tell me it's a ridiculously simple solution and not my job to do that, but couldn't principals just tell you how many classified staff are not there and where those absences are at?
They could, but then somebody would have to collect it and tabulate it and that. And the other challenge with classified staff is that sometimes the absence is reported late. So like I may be gone Monday, Tuesday, but not entering it into the time clock system until Wednesday for whatever reason. So it's a little different on how they report it and how it's tracked. So that's some of the stuff that on the backside we're trying to figure out how can it be seamless. But a principal could report it. You just have to have somebody that's their commitment to figure it out.
So in terms, I'm sorry, Dr. Stoffel. So in terms of utilizing, you do one reason that I think either Shannon or Eric, I can't remember, mentioned that we utilize this dashboard to give families a snapshot of where we're at. Another reason you might use this information, and that it's going to be part of a motion that's forthcoming, is that Dr. Lewis might use that information to determine whether a school should be open or not. So if a principal was at a critical staffing place, what is the process for them alerting Dr. Lewis about their concerns for that day based on their staffing when it includes classified and certified staff?
So one of the things that we have done, the principals have created with Rick and Darcy, basically a flow chart of, if I don't have a principal, we'll have to shut the school down. If we don't have certain things, and so they communicate that, like they look at their staffing and the staffing needs, and we backfill or whatever as much as we can. But if we ran into an issue where we could not provide the services in a safe manner, then we would say that school, that class, that location would be remote for the day. So there's some, everybody is valuable, but if there's not a principal in a building and no administrator or no one can backfill that, then we would probably be remote that day. If there's not a nurse in the building, if all of the paras are gone and we can't provide the safe environment for those students who need it, then that would dictate that. And some of those things that's some of the stuff when we started to talk about going back in person that the principals with Darcy and Rick started to look at. So I don't know how you communicate that. But some of those behind the scene things are happening.
Okay, that's actually helpful. I think people hearing that there's a process and procedure that you've put in place around decision trees. If this person is missing, then this. If this person is missing, then that. That has been established and that principals can utilize to make decisions along with district administrators. So that might not show up in this dashboard, but it is showing up in terms of administration and management. Correct?
Correct. And the other thing, I think, to wrap back around to your question about classified staff, there, as we figure out the absence, they are included in the number of positive cases. So that piece of data is there. It's just the this part they're not, because they have a different reporting system. So we're working through that portion.
Thank you.
Kelly, this is Shannon. I have a question about the staff fill rate chart. One of the things that we are hearing, in terms of the extreme strain that our teachers are experiencing in the hybrid model right now is that when staff absences are happening, many of them are covering for each other, to the detriment of their own time. They're losing their plan time to do so, even though they're being paid for it. They're losing their plan time, and I think that from what staff are describing, that's really spilling over into many of them having to work many more hours on nights and weekends than really they should be expected to. So I'm curious as to whether this staff fill rate chart is showing staff fill rate for Morgan Hunter subs, or if it's showing staff fill rate for both Morgan Hunter subs and when staff are covering for each other.
So Shannon, that 7%, I'm just rounding down, 93% were Morgan Hunter subs, 7% was staff covering. That's the unfill. Like the staff fill rate was 93%. So that was by Morgan Hunter subs. The other 7% were teachers or counselors or whomever covering. They didn't have a Morgan Hunter sub. So it was 7% of the people who needed a sub was covered by more than likely another teacher or another staff member. So unless the Morgan Hunter, unless the staff fill rate says 100%, anything less than 100% is staff covering it.
So that could mean, for example, that you have a school where you have 3 or 4 absences over the next day or two that aren't being covered by subs, and so either another teacher or a set of teachers is having to come into that classroom and cover throughout the day, or those students are being sent to the cafeteria with other students to be covered by a para, or classes are being combined.
Yeah, the classes are not to my knowledge. Now, I shouldn't say this with 100% because somebody may say something. Classes should not be combined because that would be cross cohorting. So it means that they're going to a shared location and somebody is covering it. Or yeah, exactly what you said. So whatever the difference between the staff fill rate and the 100% is where others. And in some schools, it's happening more frequently than others, which that's what the 7% wouldn't tell you. So there may be somebody said, I did this every day last week, and that 7% is the collective whole. So, but it may be me as a teacher, because this, whatever is a different person every day, I could technically be hit every day. So the 7% wouldn't reflect that. Yeah, and that's absolutely true.
So you could have a social worker at one of our elementary schools spend 3 of her days one week covering for a variety of other teachers who are out of the building and not doing the work of that person's position. And I guess I'll go back to the question of what is it that we need to learn from this data, and is it telling us what we really need to know? And I mean, I think it's important. I do think it's important for us to know what percentage of our absences our staffing company is able to cover, because in other districts, like in Johnson County, that number has dipped well below 85%. And that is the point at which some of those districts are saying, we don't have enough people to have school because we have such a low fill rate for our, so that's an important data point. I guess I would look to have some discussion around how do we account for the lived experience that is being shared with all of us, of our staff, in these circumstances where they are just completely burning out, trying to keep the ship afloat and covering for each other. This data doesn't really seem to capture that, but I believe the stories that are being shared with the board about the impacts of this practice on teachers. And so I'm really wanting to know how we how do we account for that?
Yeah, and Shannon, I think to your point, just not to complicate it, that staff covering for other staff was an issue pre-COVID, and it's been more challenging just because of the shortage of subs and that kind of thing right now during COVID. But Kelly and Melissa and GR can tell you from negotiations, it's been something we have been discussing, that impact on staff for at least the last couple of years. So yeah.
To make sure that the meeting, because we have so much to cover before we get to, can we add that issue? Because I think it'll come up again in the hybrid learning model in terms of workload and how teachers are getting enough space to do planning if we could move that into the hybrid space so that we can keep going through the dashboard and get to the testing. Is that okay, Shannon?
Of course. Thank you for making some space for me to ask the question. I appreciate it.
And the final two charts are quarantine numbers and percent of staff and students in quarantine. So the top chart is just your raw numbers. We can see we started on 10/19, the week that we started hybrid. These are our hybrid students in those classrooms. As you hover over, this is classrooms in quarantine. Here you have number of staff in quarantine, number of students in quarantine. Okay. Down below, you have a percentage of staff and students in quarantine. And so you have the raw number up top, you have the percentage down below.
Is that a cumulative number or is that just a total number for that week?
That's the total number for the week. And so if you're in quarantine for 2 weeks, you can cross over into the second week and be counted twice.
That's a lot of quarantined people.
About 3% of our students or 4% of our teachers.
Zach, can I make a suggestion? Anywhere where you say staff, I am going to request that we specify whether it's certified staff, classified staff, or both on all of these charts. I think for transparency's sake, it's important to the community to know who we're talking about, and sometimes we use those things interchangeably. Thanks.
Hey, Zach, it's Carol. And I would also like to ask that maybe we could perhaps add in instances where district admin have had to sub when we've had a substitute teacher shortage. I think.
Carol, we'll be a part of that 7%.
Yep.
We're a part of whatever the difference between the unfilled, we're included in that number.
Okay,
if you want it teased out, that again would be like a manual component of somebody reporting it and then adding another thing. But we're a part of that 7%.
Good, thank you. I just think it would paint a better picture for the community at large to see where we are at with COVID. Thank you.
This is Erica. So can you go back to the chart that's showing quarantine? Okay, so do these numbers reflect quarantine only, or is isolation included in here? Is there a distinction between the two? I know there is, according to the CDC, but is there a distinction between the two on this chart?
There is not a distinction. This is quarantine.
Okay, thank you.
Kelly, another thought occurred to me in response to your question about East Heights. Did the numbers also reflect the early childhood program?
We will update those in here as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Shannon, for catching that. I have a really concrete question. Dr. Lewis, can you talk about how you will use this dashboard in decision making? Or is the dashboard's function more, as Shannon has mentioned, instrument of transparency?
Yeah, certainly. Obviously, before the dashboard, we would have to go look at the list that Julie includes on the website at USD 497/coronavirus, and it'll take you straight to that list. So the question for me is, what is the impact of this pandemic, or what is the impact of COVID-19 on our buildings? And all of these data points are just what they are, that one data point. But if I want to look at a trend of over time, I'm seeing a pattern of us not being able to get subs in the buildings. That's a red flag for me. Maybe we need to look at closing the district, obviously, if we can't get subs. But each building is different as well. And so when we look at individual buildings, that may have small staff, and some buildings have large staff. All buildings have school nurses or health assistants. All buildings have custodians. If both of those individuals are out, we may have to close the building. So it's not more or less of looking at just one data point. It's also communicating with principals and administrators and seeing, can you adequately and safely operate a building given the number of staff that you have out, whether you're able to definitely, in terms of the custodian who's responsible for cleaning and sanitizing, as well as a school nurse. Those are two critical positions. So using all those data points to make some decisions for individual schools. So if I drill down on one school and I'm seeing increased number of staff or students percent positive cases, we may need to look at closing that building. So in the past, like I said, I would have to probably print that list and probably highlight the schools. This is an easy way for us to look at individual school data to make decisions.
Thank you. That's really helpful. Okay. I believe we're moving on to COVID-19 screening. Are there other questions about the dashboard before we move on to test?
I have some additional questions, but I'll save them for the discussion about hybrid learning. Thanks.
Thank you, Shannon. I appreciate it.
It is. I know we talked about having some additional conversations around the dashboard. So just in terms of direction for us, because I think the sooner we can get this out to the public, because right now it's not live. So as soon as we get the stamp from the board, we want to definitely push that out.
Is the board feeling comfortable with the dashboard going live, even though we will be making some amendments? I do think it would be Zach and Dr. Lewis, are you comfortable publishing it now and then making amendments that Shannon has mentioned and a few others have mentioned in terms of adding value and Zach's explanation around context of those numbers? Could we do both?
Yeah, or even, I think even flipping it so that it shows the hard numbers, and then if you want to know the percentage, it can calculate that for you. I don't feel like it's transparent with our case numbers the way that it is.
And this is Carol. It just needs to be common language.
Mm-hmm.
Is that possible to achieve, Zach? Or is it?
Yeah, so some of the other charts had them on completely separate charts.
Mm-hmm.
Would that be preferable to have them on separate charts, to have raw numbers and then percentage underneath? Because I do think that there's value in understanding the magnitude as well as the number.
I think it depends on what you want to use that data for, right? Because you're excluding, I mean, we could have remote student cases that are reported to the district, and they're going to be counted in our number of kids who are getting sick. But the way that those percentages are calculated, you're taking out part of the students in the district to calculate the percentage. So I just find it to be way more complicated in terms of what we are trying to tell the community about how many of our kids and our staff people are getting sick than it needs to be.
This is Erica. I see value in having the percentage there because it shows, to me, like what's going on. So I also see value in, because each building has different number of students. So if we have a building that has 5% of their students or staff, to me that says, oh, you know, that's different from a building that may have 1% or a building may have 10%. So I see value of having the percentage. I also see value of having the raw number as well. So if we can accomplish that with combining, flipping, but I think both are valuable numbers. The raw by itself, to me, does not show the total picture. And so if we can have both, I think that would satisfy both requests to have the information there.
So Zach, correct me if I'm wrong, we have both there now.
Yes, both are on there right now.
And again, I see value in the percentage because certainly 10 staff at Woodlawn would look totally different in terms of test positive and 10 staff at a Free State in terms of percentage.
Yeah, I concur with that. But I think if there's a, to just be, to address that concern that the board has, if we can look at a way to either provide direction on how they can find that hard number or to find a way to
I think
utilize a different chart in or not chart, but a different way of communicating that information in a related or space could be helpful.
I think maybe being consistent across the chart, Zach. So I think I like the idea of having it be two charts, raw number up top and percentage on the bottom, and putting them side by side the way you did down below. I think, and then just being consistent, because right now you've got up top, you've got raw number and percentage displayed one way, and then later on in the chart, you've got raw number and percentage displayed a different way. And so I think being consistent in how you display that data would be important. And I think the way you had it later on in the chart, where you had one that was raw number and then one that was percentage, I forget which one you had that way. I apologize. I think the quarantine chart. I think doing it that way is probably the best. And so you could look at a chart that was just raw numbers, and then you could look at a chart that was percentages. That to me, I think, because it completely separates the two, and then it's consistent. And then any other place that we needed to make it consistent, I think that would make the most sense.
I appreciate GR's suggestion. I think that's a good idea.
That kind of gets to what Erica was saying as well. Is that something that could be accomplished, Zach?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I will get that done.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
So once we have those done, we can go live. Yeah, and then again, just for the community and the board to hear, once we put this live, it's not solid. We welcome any feedback, and it may be helpful for more people to get on and give us recommendations for our dashboard.
Okay, so the recommendations that Shannon counted 3, I'm counting 3 as well. I think there were a few others that might come up, and we'll direct those to you, Zach. But thanks for making those changes. It's helpful, and I think it'll be, to Shannon's point, clearer to the community.
No, thank you guys for your feedback. And yep, direct all of those to me, and I'll make those adjustments and changes. Thank you, guys.
Kelly, one final question. Where will this be linked from on the website? Will there be a link on the main landing page that's like permanent and easy to find? Because right now you have to scroll through those scrolling pictures to get to easily find the coronavirus page if you don't know to just type in that web address.
Yeah, and I will lean on the tech experts, but we've been trying to be, consistent in trying to develop an easy way to direct people, so for example, our USD 497/together again, /COVID-19 /coronavirus. So I don't know if this one will deserve a /dashboard or what, but yeah, we'll make sure it's easy to find.
Because I think my point, Dr. Lewis, is that when I want to find something on our website, I just type in USD497.org, And if I can't find it from that main page in a click or two, it's frustrating. And so this seems like something that should have its own box on our main page kind of thing, is what I'm suggesting.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Yep, Patrick, yep, I was just going to tell you to start.
So we're excited about a partnership with Lawrence LMH Health and Lawrence Douglas County Public Health to provide screening testing for both our students and our staff. The purpose is first to get a baseline so we can determine the prevalence of infection in schools as we move forward, and also to identify and mitigate these symptomatic cases in schools that have the potential to transmit. We will be doing this starting next week. We'll start with baseline testing, and Lawrence Douglas County Public Health and LMH Health, using CARES Act funds, have purchased enough tests that we can test 100% of staff and 25% of our students. And then once we've completed that baseline testing, we'll be regularly testing 25% of staff and 10% of students. All testing does require consent. It is saliva-based testing. Some of you are probably familiar with the swabs up the nose and can think that would be probably difficult for some of our younger students. But it is all saliva-based testing. We do know that from some earlier testing done at some of our private schools that our younger students, K through 3, are able to produce the saliva needed for a test appropriately. So we were excited about that. We were a little nervous about that. Once the sample is submitted, it will take 24 to 48 hours for a result. We appreciate our school nurses and our health office assistants who are going to oversee the process. They will be trained by employees of Lawrence Douglas County Public Health who assisted with KU testing earlier this year, just so that we can learn from their experience as we do large-scale testing in our schools. USD 497 and Lawrence Douglas County Public Health will receive those results, so those can inform the dashboards that you're looking at tonight and allow Lawrence Douglas County Public Health to continue to track cases. Our communication to families was sent on 11/16. Families provide consent through PowerSchool, and to date we've had 1,888 families who have provided consent for this testing. We are only testing those students who are in hybrid learning, who are in the building. We are working out a plan for our athletes, maybe who are learning remotely, or others who are coming in the building but are learning remotely. For staff, we can send them communication via email on 11/16. For them, consent will be completed at the point of testing. We've had 851 staff who've indicated intent to participate. There are lots more details on the COVID-19 screening testing on our website, usd497.org/coronavirus, and there's 2 different pages, one that's specific for student COVID testing and another one that is specific for staff COVID-19 screening testing. If you have any questions about COVID-19 testing?
Yes, let me pause and ask my colleagues if they have a question first. Anybody have a question? I'll jump in and ask. So it is the, I just want to make sure I understood. I was trying to track and look at my question related to this. So I apologize, Patrick, if you're repeating yourself. Do we have access to the, and maybe Dan can answer this, but access to the testing accuracy for the tests that we'll be using?
I can tell you, and Dan can follow up if I'm incorrect. We are told that these are PCR tests, which are the highest accuracy tests there are. There's 3 types of tests we've been told, and I think Julie can correct me if I'm wrong. We've included some of that information on our website. But this is that PCR test.
Okay. All right. So I've received feedback, and I think some of us did, from individual with some expertise in this area who had some concerns about those PCR tests, but that's not what's being reported to you by the health department, is what I'm hearing. Correct, Patrick? The question was
That's
around
correct. These
produced
are the
false negatives.
Yeah, I can't speak to that really. That's not my area of expertise. But I know these are the same tests that were used in the community-wide testing this weekend.
Okay, maybe I'll wait for Dan to jump on and say that, but that's probably the case. So I appreciate it. I think that's what they told us in the advisory committee as well. I just wanted to ask out of due diligence. And then I have a question related to its impact on the positivity test rate. There's been, the board has gotten, and I'm afraid I'm going to ask this question inarticulately and perhaps similarly to my last question, because this is also not my area of expertise, but as we increase the number of tests that we're doing, which I feel like this will be beneficial to the district, but as we lean heavily on the positivity test rates for our county guidelines, when we do this, plus the health department has opened up the access to asymptomatic testing, what does that do to that number? So similar to like when KU did that.
Yeah. I think this is a great time to ask Dan to speak up, and Dan is on the call.
Fair enough.
I just realized,
because I need help with this question too, so thank you.
Okay. Sorry, I figured out how to unmute myself. So back on that first question, Kelly, we had worked with perhaps the same person that was talking with you and Dr. Farah Ahmed at KDHE about that, the accuracy of the PCR test. And I will follow up with her again, Dr. Ahmed, again tomorrow, and try to get something back to you that's hopefully responsive to your question there, because I think she's the source. And then on the percent positive and what we're seeing that number's last week, it kind of hit a high water mark at about 13%. And right now it's at about 8.2 or 4%. So yes, as we test these asymptomatic folks, our percent positive is going to go down. And if you can picture that curve over time, it's been highly variable. It goes up and down and up and down. And so, because we've had many different kind of episodes of asymptomatic testing with KU, and so this is the next version of that.
So with that in mind, how do we as a board be good stewards in terms of understanding community spread? So if we, because that number being impacted by the amount of testing, which is in and of itself a good thing for our community, should we use another indicator for our gating criteria to understand when we are in a space where it would not be wise to continue in in-person instruction? We have a large number of teachers, as you might imagine, Dan, and I did not properly introduce you, but Dan Partridge is the is the executive director the right title, or director of the Lawrence
Just director.
Public Health? Okay. To me, you're the executive director, or have been for as long as I've been in Lawrence. So how would you respond to that around the continued use of that metric to our community members who have asked us to consider including something like the incident rate, which we talked about in the advisory committee, but for those that are listening, if you could provide some feedback.
Sure. I think our percent positive will only get better over time. I say that because I think we're going to enter a phase where we get some stability in how we test. There's not only, the testing that Patrick went over, but there's also some other opportunities. I know Dr. Lewis has talked about a state opportunity that you may or may not take advantage of, but there are going to be other opportunities, I believe, for more asymptomatic testing, and that's going to give us, I think, better numbers. And so I think it's really just being patient with the numbers, and I think we'll be able to have a little more confidence in what the trend is over time.
Follow-up question. I think it's, but just to say, I feel the sense of urgency around this, that people don't seem to be comfortable with being patient given what's happening around us. It's like you're in the middle of Rome falling. So how would you respond to people that when you say we have to be patient with these numbers to see how they translate over time when they feel like we're in a crisis right now, given what's happening at our hospitals, for example?
Well, I mean, this week, last Thursday, we said that we believed that Orange was the best place for schools. And as we look at what's changed since last week, our case count is stabilized, but stabilized at a pretty high number. And our percent positivity has gone down. And so, we're going to announce another, gating criteria decision on Wednesday this week, but they're going in different directions. So I would anticipate staying in Orange as being a safe bet for what we say on Wednesday.
It's true that you'll be looking at other factors to account for what you anticipate to be some leveling off period. Is that correct? So you'll be looking at these other factors and weighting them as well.
Well, the other factors are things that Dr. Lewis says, the district level criteria around absenteeism and staffing, and if the challenges are there, I think the choice is at the district level to make.
Okay, thank you. GR?
So Dan, the last time we talked, I had asked you about raw numbers, and you had talked about the fact that on a weekly basis we had dropped down to about 3,200 tests a week, and you had hoped with some of this CARES Act funding and things like that you had hoped to ramp up to about 5,000 tests per week. Can you give an idea, just numbers wise, is that entire ramp up going to come from us and the surveillance testing from USD 497, or are you going to pull it from other sources as well?
Well, our numbers last week were 5,600, and that was prior to USD 497 coming online. So I think we're going to, be well above 5,000. That's my hope anyway. I know we announced some community testing beginning Saturday and going through Wednesday, and there were roughly 1,200 appointments that we put out there, and they were filled up within that first day of them being made public. And so those will continue. So I really think we're going to get really strong numbers on testing.
Kelly,
okay, thank you.
This is Shannon. Can I follow up on your question? So Dan, I think that the thing that Kelly was getting at that I think we're all struggling with is that more testing is a public health policy good, right? Because if you're testing more people and you're finding more people and you can make them aware that they have the virus, particularly those asymptomatic people, you can hopefully break the chain of infection, as you've talked about, in your communications with us and in the public town hall last week. What I think that we are struggling with as a district in communicating with our the feedback that we're getting from parents and staff is that they're looking at the number of cases in the community and the risk that there is going to be a COVID positive person in the building with them. And that's a very different risk assessment evaluation than what that percent positive number is showing, right? And it seems like the gating criteria and the decisions that that Douglas County Public Health is making in kind of announcing the color coding for that are very, very heavily reliant on that percent positive cases. But for example, we the Lawrence Journal World reported that we've had 222 new cases reported since Friday. We're now above 1,000 active cases in our county for the first time during the pandemic. If you look at at some of the risk assessment tools that are out there, the one that's gotten a lot of press recently is the really good one that Georgia Tech did, where you can go in and you can zero in on your county and you can tell it, okay, I want you to tell me what my risk is attending an event with 10 people, 25 people, 100 people. So if you look at that risk assessment tool right now and you put in an event size of 100 people, so you assume you have 100 students and staff in one of our buildings on any given school day, the risk that there's, this risk estimator says there's a 94% chance that there is a COVID positive individual in your building at that time. And so I think that's the question that Kelly's getting at. How do we make decisions in support of safety for our staff and students when those risk assessments are saying there is a safety risk versus relying on the percent positive, which is really variable depending on what kind of testing regime you have in your community. And it also means that our data is not very comparable across communities because everybody's testing regimes are different. And and so that's I have a hard time saying to families or to staff, for example, we're getting feedback from staff saying, I'm not going to consent to participate in this 100% testing of staff that we're doing because I don't want to participate in an asymptomatic test regime that is going to, in their words, artificially inflate, artificially move the numbers in a way that doesn't reflect what people are seeing and hearing and feeling about the actual risk to them of contracting the virus in the community or in one of our schools.
Well, in many ways, I think I don't know that we can take something that's very subjective and make it an objective, kind of analysis. When I think about, risk, yeah, there's risk. I can't tell you there isn't a risk, but I know there's been conversation around incidence rate. And so I spent a little bit of time this afternoon looking at all the other counties in Kansas, and the incidence rate is higher in almost every county in the state. There are 16 counties with lower incidence rates, and they're all rural counties. There are no counties anywhere near our size. The closest one would be Geary County with Junction City that's got a lower incidence rates. And I would say one of the things I'm really proud of our community for is wearing the mask. And I think that's what we can attribute our success around having a lower incidence rate, even though we are a populous county with a lot of conditions that one would think would lead to higher rates. And so, yes, there is risk, but it's also mitigated to a certain degree by our mask wearing and the other behaviors. And so at the end of the day, everyone has to find their own comfort level. And that's where I just don't think I can tell you, here's where 100% of people can be comfortable, because I don't think we can get there.
So, I mean, maybe beyond comfortable, it's mostly, for me, I just want to, you talked about what our incident rate might be today compared to other counties, and I do think that Douglas County has been more compliant with mask usage than others, and I'm really proud of that. But our incident rate is still troubling today in terms of trends. And then the other piece I would say is that that I really have struggled with all along is that there isn't another school district our size that isn't using that as a gating criteria. There isn't one. So when you talk about like comparative to other counties, and then when you go out further and you look at other college towns, I can't find another one that's not using incident rates. So I want to, but when we've identified these problematic issues with the positive test rating, and then I see, to Shannon's point about being comparative to other counties, or even comparative to our peers and other states, and the recommendations from the KDHE and the CDC all have the incident rate in them.
Right. Not only do they have incidence rate, Kelly, but CDC says that the highest risk of transmission in schools exists when you have a community incidence rate over 200. And I think that the state's calculation of our incident rate over the last 14 days was something like, I wrote it down somewhere, it was something like 600. I'm looking for the place where I put those notes. But CDC's has the highest. They have the highest number. Shawnee, they call uncontrolled spread if your incidence rate over your number of cases in a week is over 175, and we've well exceeded that. KSDE, their gating criteria is their 2-week incidence rate is was only at 100. If you're in the red if you're over 151 new cases. And so I guess I'm not talking about people's comfort level either. I'm talking about people looking at guidance from all of these other sources, and then looking at the numbers here, and one, having trouble translating because we don't report incidence rate that way, but two, just really feeling like the percent positive criteria, because it weighs so heavily in the decision making, is not accurately reflecting risk in the way that it's being evaluated in other places.
Well, I think, I mean, those, I hear you. And, but here's, I guess, what I would say, when we have, shown over time in our graph what the caseload is each day. So like when we talk about a 14-day moving average, and right now it's at 63 a day. And so we have already begun learning as a community, what does 40 cases a day look like? What does 20 cases a day look like? And so for this past week, we've been at 60 cases a day, and Dr. Lewis knows, I mean, he can tell you what that's been, how that's made managing a school district look like. And so to me, that's the context that's important. What's our current case trend? And right now it's high, as high as it's ever been, but it's stopped growing. So there's a little bit of good news there. And so, I would say use what we give you as part of, what's the trend looking like? That's what we've said is important, is what's our case trend doing? And so right now it's high and stable. And then the bottom line is are you able to function within your schools? Because part of what you might try to interpret all these numbers is we've been able to double our testing, and the percent positive is dropping, but we're still finding new cases that we wouldn't have found before. So we're in some ways adding to that high case rate. I mean, with the testing that we've brought on board. And that's a good thing because hopefully we'll take a little bit of pain right now and be able to have fewer cases later.
I appreciate that perspective. I think that's really important for people to hear that the increases in testing ultimately are really move the community in even healthier direction than we've already been going. So I hope that people will participate in the district's initiatives around testing. And I wonder if one way to balance that would be to look at considerations of other metrics in addition to the positivity, right?
Thanks, Kelly. I would agree with that. You know, the growth that we've seen. One thing I think that's kind of alarming in the data is the growth that we've seen in new cases among kids ages 0 to 17. It's not a large, it's not as large a number of actual cases as compared to the kids that are 18 to 25 and 34. But if you just look at the increase over the last, since Halloween, it's almost doubled. So I think those kind of metrics bear looking at closely, and it's not something that's really reflected right now in the way that we're looking at data.
Are there other board members that want to? Oh, I'm sorry, Dan. Go ahead.
Well, that's okay. I just was going to add, you know, there isn't a lot of good news in the recent data now.
Yeah, I appreciate. Are there other questions for Dan?
Not at this moment, but I would like to, give you a suggestion on the sports. I don't see bowling listed in the list of activities, and I've had 3 children that have been on the bowling team, and those tournaments are packed. I mean, it's standing room only, and it's shoulder to shoulder. So I would like for you to consider adding that to the list.
Noted, and we just recently last Friday issued a new public health order, which I think more explicitly called out bowling alleys. So but we'll look at our gating criteria as well.
Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Other folks? I am continually grateful, Dan, that you show up at these meetings and let us ask you really hard questions and take time to respond to them. It really is greatly appreciated. There was an editorial in the Lawrence Journal World that talked about being careful that we are supporting your work and not undermining it. And I really want to be a good partner too. So I really appreciate that you're here having this dialogue with us.
Well, I want you to succeed as much as we all want, this community to succeed.
Any other questions there? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I just want to echo my thanks, many thanks to Dan. I know he sees me sometimes twice a week, at least once a week, and I definitely appreciate you making yourself available anytime we ask to come to our board meeting. So I really appreciate you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I'm not mute. Okay. So we know that there have been challenges. You're in an echo. You hear an echo? We know there have been challenges with hybrid learning. Some of them are listed on your screen, and this is certainly not an exhaustive list of the challenges. This is based on our feedback that we are hearing from our buildings, based on, and some of these are definitely validated by my conversations with some teachers. This balance, this notion of balancing in-person and remote learning continues to be a challenge. The increase in teacher workload and stress that not only this pandemic is having on teachers, but this learning model is having on teachers is definitely significant. There have been some technology challenges in terms of what's the best way to engage my learners that are at home and the ones that are in person. Student engagement during online learning is a challenge. Obviously, we're serving fewer meals than previous school years, and things like that will definitely have budget implications. Additional supports for all staff continues to be a challenge. And just the cost of this pandemic, we're, from a budget standpoint, spending more. And then the constant change as a result of this pandemic. And one of the things that this constant change is doing currently is really taking a toll on relationships. And so we're beginning to think now, how do we restore and repair those relationships? And, you know, I often say that I never want to present challenges without beginning to talk about solutions. And we are having these conversations as an executive leadership team. We will continue to engage our teachers union in helping resolve these problems and listening so that we can help resolve these problems. There's opportunities at our building level PECs, our district job alikes. I've seen teachers do some amazing things with technology, and in terms of how they're using technology. Learned about a device that sits on top of an iPad that serves as a document camera. I see teachers with different screens in their rooms. I've heard that Apple Pens would make a world of difference. That's my plug there, to try to find some funds for Apple Pens if we can. We also understand that for our SPED staff, they have a shared Google Drive where they're sharing best practices and strategies. We'll continue to engage, because there are some teachers that are making it happen, and how do we learn from those teachers and share that knowledge? I have heard that the videos that have been created by our technology teams have been helpful. Do we need to create more of those videos? I had conversations with Zach about, and this is happening in some instances where our texts are being made available on a WebEx, where teachers can log on and just have some conversations with them. The utilization of our peer-to-peer support. These are our I'm calling them technology experts, those teachers that serve as our peer-to-peer support, as well as principals, again, making space for staff to have, and I heard from one teacher in a building, and I know it's happening in other buildings, where principals are making space available for, I'm calling them mental health moments, because we do recognize the level of stress that all of our staff is under during this pandemic. There are some highlights on the next slide, Patrick. Thank you. This is rather small, but it's so important. You know, when we talked about back in July of the things that we wanted to do to address safety, and if you don't mind, I really would like to, because a lot of these were purchased with CARES Act funds that Kathy referenced at our November 9th meeting. And these are the things that we have in place in our buildings, including the 85 thermal scanners that were distributed to all 23 locations. We have 36 air purifiers that are in our nurse's office, our isolation rooms, in our secondary band and choir classroom, 31 air purifiers on order for specialized classrooms. We have 50 Tersono iClean minis that have been distributed to nurse offices and admin reception areas. Thank you to the amazing admin staff over at Swegler for demonstrating these Tersono for me. 7,000 disposable masks that have been distributed to schools, 3,000 remain in stock, for over 4,800 cloths, 3,500 youth cloth masks, reusable masks that have been distributed to elementary schools. They're black with our white logo on them. Over 3,100 cloth reusable masks for secondary school students. 2,500 clear masks that are in stock for use for our special programs. 100 KN95 masks in stock for special needs. Over 1,600 face shields that have been distributed to our employees. Over 350 plexiglass shields that have been distributed. And all schools have cleaning solution spray bottles for each classroom and other areas as needed. and over 100 are in stock. I think over at West, they've developed a new way to be more efficient with the cleaning solution. I think they're using these big orange Gatorade dispensers that many of our athletes use for our staff. And then finally, over 1,500 microfiber cloths have been distributed and 5,000 in stock. And so there have been identified staff, I think, for most of our buildings. It's the school nurse that serves as that point of contact. If any staff member needs any additional supplies, we want to make sure we can get those out as soon as possible. The next slide, Patrick. Hearing that our safety protocols and systems that are in place, whether you're observing arrival or children passing up the hallways, those protocols and systems appear to be working. I'm hearing that, obviously due to the number of students that are engaged in total remote learning, many of our classroom groups are small, which lends themselves to fewer behavior problems and allows our teachers to obviously teach smaller groups. Again, you've heard at our November 9th board meeting, and you want to reference that board report, $2.9 million in federal CARES Act funds. Connectivity, we've connected over 135 families have connected to Midco for connectivity, and 583 hotspots are in use. And I asked Zach, who are we missing? We have identified there are about 63 families who lack sufficient internet, have internet, but sometimes it may be spotty. And we have about 10 that do not have connection. As a reminder, we do allow these individuals that need connectivity to, and many of them are taking advantage of that, of coming to our schools for connectivity. I've been really just pleased with all of our staff, but particularly hearing about our school nurses and health office assistants. They have been just invaluable in this process in terms of providing information, serving as those health experts as they are in the building. So a huge thank you to our school nurses and health office assistants, as well as our custodians that have been obviously taking on a greater role during this process. And thanks to the board for that additional floater approved by the board. It has been a big victory, but I also am hearing that that's a challenge because we only have one for the entire district. Again, thanks to our technology staff for being available. And then finally, we cannot forget the benefit of the meal kits. Close to 77,000 breakfasts and lunches that have been distributed to our families, and those are the Wednesday meal kits that our families receive. And so there are some positive things, but we know that this is definitely not perfect. But we will continue to have conversations and address those challenges. And then finally, from our previous board meeting, as a follow-up, we wanted to have some discussions around the gating criteria. Since our last meeting, we have been continuing to work with our administration, work with our health officials, and our COVID-19 committee to discuss our gating criteria. So at this time, I will ask for any dialogue or questions around the gating criteria before we look at the final motion.
We flew through the hybrid presentation, and I believe there was one question that I asked to wait until the end from Shannon. Do you want to have that question addressed before we move on to the gating criteria and the
yes, if that's okay with you, Kelly. So actually, there's a couple of things related to this. So, one of the things that you mentioned in the challenges, Dr. Lewis, is about teacher workload. And, I was thinking during our discussion in the work session tonight on instructional framework that, I think that it would be good for the board to hear more specifics in the near future about what specifically are we doing or are we going to do differently to address those concerns. I mean, I'm sure other board members got these emails recently, but emails from staff saying, I am beyond my breaking point. I am beyond burnt out. I cannot continue this. I don't know if I will come back next year. This may be my last year in teaching because I simply cannot deal with the mental health impacts or the physical impacts of doing this job in this environment. And so, those comments and feedback have made a really big impact on me. I'm very worried about our staff, and I'm glad that you're in your comments you acknowledge that, but I hope to hear more specifics about what we can do to address that going forward.
I don't want to miss that point, Shannon, so I just want to say the request to the district is that we have a dedicated time at a meeting to discuss teacher workload and to potentially look at problem solving around issues related to plan time, since we are seeing a lot of teachers either having to do additional planning on their, which historically teachers have done at any rate, but in their free time, but it's exceeding that even that which they have always done historically. And
Right,
then the other issue was around how we build in time for them if they are I know we pay them if they are substituting for another teacher, but just to see, is there a way that we can build in more time for teachers? So we can dedicate some time to that.
And that's tied also to the issue of the support staff and SPED. We've received some pretty specific feedback that absences of paras is substantially impacting delivery of services to SPED students, and there are reported instances to the board of students are just not getting their services because there's just no way that the staff that's left can cover all of the needs for the students that are identified and supposed to be served. And so that's that ties into the discussion about absences and coverage by other staff as well, because that's essentially what is happening is SPED paras are missing, and so other people are being asked to fill in, and there's just not enough people to do all the work.
Based on what's on the agenda coming up for the next board meeting, I think it will fit nicely into some of the stuff you were going to talk about, some possible amendments to the hybrid model anyway. So that could be something that could be in the next agenda. Yeah, that works. We can do that and not delay to that.
And then I had a specific question that was raised around in the hybrid model. Back in September, we approved purchase of the Florida Virtual School resource for our teachers to use in remote learning to help support some of that instructional planning that they were going to need to do. And I'm just wondering, it was shared that perhaps that resource is not available after all.
So I'll let Dr. Lewis speak to that, but maybe Patrick Kelly will jump on. I actually am going to forward an explanation that was drafted to the board, but so that the public can hear it. There's Patrick took some time to give us a good explanation, but if you want to just quickly summarize that.
If it's already been written, I would just appreciate. I appreciate that there's a response, and I'll
I think it might be good for teachers to hear though, if Dr. Lewis wanted to just.
I will ask Patrick to give his Cliff Note version, and I appreciate him responding to definitely to that concern. But I'll ask him to give us Cliff Notes version.
Sure. So Florida Virtual School is a supplement to the core materials that we have currently adopted and have purchased for our elementary students. One of the challenges of using Florida Virtual School is it requires an LMS, a learning management system. And we had 75 teachers, that includes our instructional coaches, our curriculum instruction team, and our first phase distance learning teacher go through 6 hours of training on Schoology. Schoology is the learning management system that is required for Florida Virtual. We felt after doing that training that the teachers needed probably 2 hours of training in order to feel confident in adding the Florida Virtual School system to Schoology. And so We are trying to be very thoughtful about it. We've been continually gathering teacher feedback through our peer-to-peer team and our instructional coaches about the best way to provide that training. And Shannon, in the email that you'll get, you'll see some survey data from teachers. That 2-hour training can be provided by instructional coaches at the elementary building level. It takes 2 hours, and it needs to be scheduled by the building principal in collaboration with the instructional coach for that building. We will also have developed by next week some asynchronous for those teachers who are just saying, I want to do this right now. I want to have access to that right now. I'm willing to learn on my own. And I express this in the email. The real challenge that we have here is we're trying to balance between knowing that teacher workload that you're talking about and understanding that teachers are overwhelmed. But in order for them to use the resources, there's going to have to be some investment of time on their parts. And so we're just trying to find that spot where we're not disrespecting how overworked they are, but also they're going to have to do some work to understand those resources. So we're just trying to find the balance on that. It's tricky. I don't have a really good answer. I can't just download it to them. They do have to do some training before using the resource.
Okay, that's some helpful context. Thank you.
It's in that same vein. I do want to definitely, our learning coaches have been a value add in this process as well, and continue to be a resource for our teachers, specifically around developing those asynchronous supports. And they have created a teaching in hybrid web page that has some strategies and supports on there for our teachers as well.
Okay. Are there other questions about hybrid before we move on to the gating criteria?
I don't have a question. I just have a thought. I was grateful for Dr. Lewis to mention the stress that teachers are under and the what hybrid has brought and the different things. And I think it's important to acknowledge that. And I think it's important to acknowledge it too in the context that this year is just different and that the expectations that we have are just different. And I think in talking to some teachers and talking to some people, I think the other thing that we need to recognize is and trying to be delicate is also to help parents and families recognize that teachers are under stress and this year is different. That just because children are back in school to expect that now things are back to normal and things work the same way that they did last year, I think is putting, again, another undue burden on some of our great teachers and staff, and to recognize that that's just simply not the case. And I think we need to be patient and understanding and recognize that our teachers are under a lot of stress, they're under a lot of work, and that while we have kids back in school, that aspect of what they're doing, that stress and that work and everything that they're under hasn't changed. And so just to be a little patient and to be a little kind, I think can go a long way.
Okay, I think the next conversation is going to take just a couple. We'll have to do some mental exercise, I think, as a board. So let's take 5 minutes and come back to this. So we'll come back at 9:20. So just a quick break, and I'll see you all at 9:20. Okay. All right, I think we're all back. We're going to have a initial discussion about the gating criteria with the board, kind of a brief, this is where we're at, and then we're going to make some space for public comments. So Dr. Lewis, do you want to start the conversation, or do you want me to lead this conversation?
Yes. Just thank you. As a reminder from our November 12th board special board meeting, it was requested that we consider gating criteria and determining learning models to be implemented, and then that basis for making change. We've considered various options based upon our discussion, with board at the previous meeting. Also, the information from our health officials in terms of the Lawrence Douglas County gating criteria. We also looked at gating systems in other districts as well. And so, can you hear me? Oh, I'm sorry. There we go. Yes, and we're looking at not only what's in the Douglas County gating criteria, but also looking at ways that we can make sure that we are focusing on the academic needs of our students. And we're also looking to address athletics as well.
So are there any initial thoughts about anything that you want to just kind of put out there before we get to patron commentary?
Kelly, this is
Oh, go
Shannon.
ahead, Shannon.
I have lots of thoughts, but I'm not sure how you want to structure the discussion. So I don't know whether.
I think it might be a good idea to hear from patrons around their positions, and then we can structure the conversation after that if that's agreeable to everyone.
Okay, thank you.
I think everybody's shaking their head. Okay. So I'm going to pull up my list. While I'm pulling up my list, I'm gonna ask GR to read the patron commentary, public comment.
The USD 497 Board of Education welcomes patron comments and thanks you for taking time to talk to us about our policies and procedures. We set aside this time during our regular meetings to hear from the public. This is your time to share your opinions. However, complaints about specific staff or students will be heard by the board in executive session in order to protect the privacy of the individuals to be discussed. While you are not required to share your contact information, we ask for that information so district staff or the board can follow up with any specific concerns you may have. The board president will invite comments on topics not included on the agenda at the beginning of each meeting. Comments related to agenda items are welcome after the board has had the opportunity to discuss the topic. Please limit comments to 5 minutes.
Okay. First on the list, we have Taylor Sharp and Brandon Sykes, and their students that are joining us.
All right. Hello. So my name is Taylor Sharp, and I'm a 9th grade student at Free State High School, and this was co-written with Brandon Sykes and a few others who I will list at the end. So I've recently talked with a USD 497 staff member who wished to remain anonymous. Firstly, we discussed the issue of the shortage of substitute teachers. This is putting an immense strain on educators, and it is simply unfair because, I mean, the board did state that they would send in qualified administrators to sub, but there aren't enough of them. Because of the shortage of substitutes and educators in general, teachers and support staff are having to give up planning time or designated time away from students who require services, subbing for each other. Sending in these administrators would help teachers to be less stressed and focused on their own students as opposed to someone else's. Secondly, some teachers in the district are feeling like they are not being listened to or respected at board meetings. This is a major issue for me personally because all of the wonderful USD 497 staff deserve to be listened to, especially when they are the ones having the most face time with students in the midst of a pandemic. There's a common misconception that teachers, in addition to learners, have the option of working virtually. However, that is not the case. In order to be able to do this, teachers have to go through a long process of proving that they or someone they care for is at high risk of dying from the coronavirus. According to the Lawrence Public Schools reported COVID-19 cases webpage, as you guys kind of mentioned before, there have been a total 66 cases reported of the coronavirus in the district as of last Friday, November 20th. Of these 66 positive cases, 52 of them have been staff members and only 14 of them have been students. This is a whopping 79% of positive cases that have been staff members. The point is, educators should not be forced to go into an unsafe environment without the option of remaining in their own controlled spaces. They should not need more of a reason to stay home than simply feeling unsafe. Next, while there is a task force in place consisting of over 200 teachers, they have not met since the summer and they only discussed curriculum and instruction in regards to remote learning as opposed to COVID-19 safety measures. And as we all know, so much has changed since last summer. Lastly, I feel that there's a lack of communication between the district and the public. Some teachers have felt that many members of the public are under the impression that just because educators do not want to be in the building does not mean, or that they don't want to teach. Again, this is not the case. Teachers work just as hard from home as they do in the building. Wanting to work remotely is simply a matter of staff feeling safer in a controlled environment than in a high-risk one. On top of this, the district's Facebook page is being updated faster than emails are being sent out to the general public. This is a huge problem because when people should not have to check Facebook for important information from the district when they could be simply opening their inboxes. And these issues do not only occur between board members and staff and administrators and parents. The students of this district are also watching and paying attention to these problems, and they affect all of us. Therefore, it is essential to make sure that these issues are being considered and addressed if possible. Now, I speak on behalf of myself and Brandon Sykes and Ava Rivera, Stella Mosier, Blake Warner, Madison Brosa. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Taylor. I really appreciate that you showed up and you gave it, and that you spoke out in behalf of your teachers and the school. So appreciate that. Okay. Craig Schultz, who I think is also a student.
Hi, everybody. This is Craig. I don't seem to have video, but can you hear me all right?
Uh-huh.
Good. I'm actually a parent.
Oh, okay. My apologies. Thank you.
No, it's okay. I'm a parent of a junior at Free State, and my son went to Free State and just recently graduated. So just prepared some comments to try to keep them brief. My name's Craig Schultz. I'm a lifelong Lawrence resident. I attended Lawrence Public Schools where I participated in sports, bands, and choirs. I'm an active member of other boards and foundations in Douglas County, and I understand firsthand how difficult the current situation is and how challenging it is to see all possible outcomes of the decisions that we have to make. My concern is simple. The decisions regarding student activities have not been fairly and equally applied to all students. Recent decisions have shown strong support for some sports, but have shown little concern for others. There's been little support for non-sports activities like choir, theater, orchestra, band, etc. The young people involved in these activities have put in as much time, if not more, preparing for these events. They have just as many concerns about how canceling these events could negatively impact their college opportunities and scholarships. I would guess that the number of students who have been denied opportunities is larger than the number who have been given the permission to participate, and that just doesn't make sense. I want to briefly address the argument for virtual events. While it's true that you can virtually participate in some events much more easily than others, It doesn't mean that the participants or the audience get as much from it. The cheer of a crowd after an amazing musical number is no less powerful or important than the cheer of a crowd after a touchdown. Taking that experience away from some and giving it to others is simply unacceptable. While I understand that most events may not look exactly like they did before COVID, I know that given the resources, the amazing Lawrence Public School staff could find ways to make these things happen. To be clear, I am not against any sport, any event, or any activity. All students should have the opportunity to grow as individuals, improve their craft, and share their talents. All students should have the experience and have the opportunity of winning, losing, and being the part of a team or a cast. I simply expect that the rules should be the same for everyone involved. Thank you again for this opportunity to speak, and I appreciate all the hard work of the Lawrence Public School staff and the Board of Education. I know it's tough. Thank you.
Thank you, Craig. I appreciate that you came this evening. Okay, next we have Lindsay Buck, who is our LEA president.
Hello. Good evening, everyone. I'm Lindsay Buck. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm the interim LEA president. Tonight, I'm sharing some feedback received from our new educator check-in survey that we are conducting on a bi-monthly basis. In the survey, we asked all certified staff, so not just LEA members, but all certified staff, as well as our classified staff who are LEA members, the following questions. The first one, what is going well for you, your students, and your school? The second question, what are some challenges that you, your students, and your school are facing? The third, what ideas do you have for potential solutions to challenges that you, your students, your school are facing? And four, what other concerns and questions do you have? Tonight, I'm going to focus on some of the common or broad themes that were gleaned from the first two questions. First, I'll share some common themes around the first question of what's going well. The first, multiple staff reported successes with Free State's Flex Wednesdays, which is part of their redesign pilot efforts and helps students connect with educators to get individual help they're needing, including academic support, tutoring, makeup tests, and enrichment opportunities. Multiple staff also reported successes with Liberty Memorial Central Middle School's Mustang Academy. I have permission to share this direct quote from an educator. Our Mustang Academy went so well for our students who are struggling with virtual learning. In short, we brought our most vulnerable, struggling students in very low numbers back to the building, and we were able to provide them with the support they needed to be successful as they learned virtually. Virtual learning is also going really well for a lot of our students. During parent-teacher conferences, several parents reported to me that they are so impressed with the virtual education their teens are receiving and that they are thriving in this environment without distractions of a typical classroom. Number three, many staff members reported improvements in proficiency with technology amongst both educators and students. Staff are also finding new and creative ways to make learning more engaging in virtual environments. Number four, a number of educators reported how happy they were to see student faces and to make a connection outside of a screen. Some reported how conflicting it feels to really want to be in person with their students while simultaneously wanting to keep themselves and their families safe from contracting the virus. And five, for some who've experienced smaller class sizes, they reported being able to better provide student interventions when needed in both virtual and hybrid environments. Next, some common themes around concerns that staff reported they and their students and their schools are experiencing. There's a strong concern around the probable uptick of cases that will come from gatherings that will likely take place over the holiday season. Many educators expressed frustration and concern with the health department altering the gating criteria the day of an anticipated change in phasing. I have permission to share this direct quote. I think the biggest challenge is just the unsettledness of whether things are going to change again or when, end quote. Sub shortages, which I know have been addressed tonight, continue to be a significant concern across the district. The fear of contracting the virus is real and valid, especially as educators watch outbreaks among schools and athletics continue to rise. Concerns for educator mental health, which I'm glad I heard that spoke several times tonight, and workload and sheer exhaustion and burnout are consistently expressed. Many reported noticing some students or families choosing to switch to remoting in for school, even on their hybrid days following the change in gating criteria. Some are reporting larger distance remote class sizes can be very challenging to manage and meet the needs of all learners. Multiple reports of DCAs, the district common assessments, adding stress and anxiety to already full plates of educators, students, and families. Educators report having to spend valuable PLC time analyzing data they know isn't fully representative or reflective of their students' academics. Educators report that one of the biggest challenges in terms of mitigation factors is ensuring students are keeping 6 feet distance. This is being reported as extremely hard at every level. Lastly, there's a common concern that the screening that is taking place in the county right now and soon will be taking place in our district will drive down the positivity rate, even though its incidence rates could still be on the rise. In the last 11 days, our incident numbers have grown from 649 cases to 1,152 cases, which is a 77.5% increase. At the same time, the positivity rate has decreased from 13.6% to 8.6%. It's worth noting that the free county screening that took place on the fairgrounds on Saturday and people that took place on Saturday and people have already received their results from that. This indicates that relying solely on positivity rate doesn't factor in the full picture of community health and the potential for spread of the virus. Overwhelmingly, educators are expressing a desire for consistency, reliability, transparency, and frequent communication from those making decisions and in leadership positions at all levels, including the health department and unified command. They continue to be eager to be part of the conversation. Consistency and reliability are also beneficial to our students and school families, especially in these times of prolonged trauma and anxiety. To ensure that our schools are truly safe for scholars and educators alike, our mitigation efforts and contact tracing must be reliable and continually examined and refined. LEA continues to urge the board and administration to center the safety of educators and students. It is possible to meet the needs of students who are the most vulnerable or have the highest level of need without using an all or nothing approach. Thank you for giving me the space to share these thoughts tonight.
Thank you, Lindsay. Can you tell me, are you sharing the information that you have? Is there a way for you to share that with Dr. Stubblefield and Dr. Lewis? When you're the survey data, how is that, the things that are working and not working, how is that getting shared? Is it getting shared?
Right, there's no numbers, raw numbers that we can share. So what we have right now is if I can direct quote people, I'm asking for consent on that. But some are choosing not to have consent on that.
Yeah, so if there, just something to think about, but if there was a way to informally code that, if you're seeing themes, things that are emerging that might be helpful, it might be just something to think about. So I appreciate that you guys are doing that, super helpful. I'd hate for that data to get lost, so thank you.
We can look at adjusting the survey. Thank you for that.
That would be great. Thanks a lot, Lindsay. So we have up next, Hannah. So the Paraeducators Union, Hannah Ross Allison represents.
Hi, thanks everybody. Hello, school board members and the public. My name is Hannah Allison. As Kelly said, I'm the chair of our Classified Instructional Staff Union, PAL-CWA. I want to reiterate the position of our union of hundreds of staff that we return to remote learning with an emphasis on equity and support for our most marginalized students, as Lindsay noted. We are told that schools are safe, but as frontline staff, our experiences tell a very different story. We wanted to bring you our perspective with the hope that instead of allowing the pandemic to worsen the already punitive and inequitable practices in our schools, we can use this moment to collectively reimagine public education. There are 6 major areas of concern shared by our classified staff via meetings and surveys who work directly with students. Protocol in buildings is not being followed. Many of us are not able to work at a safe social distance, as Lindsay said, and some of our students as paras are not able to wear masks at all. Some of us do not have adequate PPE for the direct physical support work we do with our young people. Our custodial staff is overwhelmed and other classified staff are required to help clean environments for students, but given little time to do so properly. We are so understaffed that we are being asked to do work we have not been trained for. Some classified staff have been actively discouraged from telling the other staff they work with when they have tested positive for COVID-19. In one classroom, a staff member tested positive and the rest of the staff was told they needed to continue work in the classroom even after having been exposed. We are required to staff classrooms with students who cannot wear masks. We are also the staff responsible for supervising eating areas where students are not wearing masks. This is dangerous for our staff, our students, and their families. While we know young people are at a lower risk for complications from COVID-19, young people can and do die from the virus, and there is peer-reviewed literature indicating that young people who are often asymptomatic can be super spreaders. Likewise, many of our para and ISA staff who already work for incredibly low wages are forced to clock in and out to do lunch duty at a lower rate of pay for a more hazardous environment. Hybrid learning is disorganized and puts incredible pressure on staff, students, and families. We are exhausted and stressed, and we see that same exhaustion and stress in our students. It feels chaotic and unsafe with very little actual benefit. Some of our classified staff are also still scrambling for childcare during their own children's remote days. Because of all the new regulations, our schools feel increasingly prison-like. We are abandoning the disability justice-centered and anti-racist practices that would make our schools feel good and safe for students. It is also consistently forgotten that many of us are also parents of students in the district. This was notable on the dashboard where you could only pick one, either parent or staff. Many of our classified staff, as I have said before, are the poor and working class families you all are often talking about. Our families are also part of the school community, but for our sick, disabled, elderly, or immunocompromised family members, there is no protection. We are not given the choice to work remotely. We are simply told to choose between not infecting our family members and not having a job. We remain concerned that the actual recommendations and decisions about in-building learning are not being made by a group of those most affected, our students, staff, teachers, caregivers, and parents, but by the Unified Command. The Unified Command has no democratic oversight from our elected leaders or our community, and it includes representatives from the local Chamber of Commerce, the national arm of which is extremely right-wing and pro-reopening at all costs. Their primary goal isn't to keep students and staff safe, it's to maximize profits for big businesses, which requires keeping students in buildings so that workers, many of whom are parents who can't work when school buildings are closed, can work to make profit for their bosses. We are putting ourselves at risk daily in order to be in buildings. We love our jobs and we love working with young people and we want to be with our students. And countless paras and classified staff have said to me that even though they are doing a job they have always loved, they now dread going to work for fear of severe illness or death. It is incredibly difficult for us and arguably even damaging for our students to try to create safe, loving, and nurturing environments when we ourselves feel exhausted and unsafe. This goes against everything we know about equity, disability justice, anti-racism, and community care. We all want to be in school buildings, but at what cost? At what cost to our community? At what cost to our students and staff? At what cost to the most vulnerable among us? We implore you to return us to remote learning until community spread is controlled. We are not asking for indefinite remote learning. We are asking for remote learning for long enough to make sure that everyone in our community can survive. The sick, the immunocompromised, the elderly, the disabled, the uninsured, and our essential workers. We are dedicated, caring educators and school support staff. We would not ask for this if we didn't believe it was necessary to keep our community safe and to educate our young people.
Thank you, Hannah. There were a couple issues you raised that are the board would not be doing due diligence if we didn't ask for follow-up. So I know negotiation starts with Melissa and GR and I in a couple of weeks, but in the interim, we'll just ask that Dr. Stubblefield or Dr. Lewis reach out to you to address some of the issues that you've raised in addition to the larger issues that you've raised. I appreciate that you came.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So Amelia Vasquez.
Hello, can everybody hear me?
We
And see me?
can.
Okay.
Welcome.
Hi, my name's Amelia Vasquez, and I'm a 2020 LHS graduate, and I'm extremely passionate about this discussion. So first, I want to discuss just the coronavirus pandemic as a whole. So in March, most states declared a state of emergency, and many also issued stay-at-home orders for some people in the public. However, this response refused to close the economy and forced people to try to carry on as normal, resulting in a very painful, deadly, and preventable disaster. This disaster is ongoing, getting worse with each preventable decision that puts more lives at risk by forcing more people together. Across the United States, we're breaking new world records almost every day for the number of positive coronavirus results. And as of today, Monday, 23rd, data from Harvard University shows that Douglas County, along with all but 3 counties in Kansas, have reached what experts call the tipping point or the red zone. However, this will only continue to get worse if we do not do anything about it, and if we have more of the public forced to interact with each other through reopened schools. So on this topic specifically of district reopening, we have to make very explicit what we can gain compared to what we may lose. Otherwise, we have superintendents using vague phrases such as "some people will get sick" that absolutely disregards the potential casualties that will result from the district reopening. Take into consideration the Hurt family. They're a wonderful family who I am personally, like many of you, I'm sure, very close to. And in this family, there are 3 members that work for the school district, and 4 out of the 7 family members are immunocompromised, including 2 of the school district's employees, including 3 people over 50. The risk that this district takes in reopening schools directly affects this family as it does all of yours. And now consider other similar families. There must be hundreds in this district alone with a high chance of a casualty, or at least a chance that no one should be willing to take. So no, it's not just that some people will be sick. The truth of this issue and the truth of your decision is that people in our community will die. People, including teachers and students, will get lifelong complications from this coronavirus. Even the best education in the world is not worth this compromise from the coronavirus, at least not in the eyes of the teachers union and most of the public. Additionally, consider that the students' education and mental health will be more negatively impacted when their grandparents and their relatives pass, or as they're gaining lifelong complications and diseases because of the coronavirus. Milne's presentation showed once again where teachers and students stand on this issue, against reopening during this time and to stay with remote learning. Dan Partridge attributes our current success at mitigating COVID to wearing masks and distancing. However, not only are we in the red, as I mentioned earlier, and as he incorrectly got the information earlier in his presentation, this trend will be quickly reversed once schools are reopened for extended periods of times. So we should not try to be trailblazers of in-person education during a pandemic. We should not take these risks for the sake of our own survival. If you believe that people should not visit extended family for Thanksgiving, as many of the board members and the superintendent has said, I beg you to not open the schools. I myself am ashamed of the horrendous anecdotes and stats from Hannah's presentation, and I have no responsibility in this situation. So please internalize that your rules, the rules that you have set for hybrid learning, are not being followed. I beg the school board to please take this opportunity to reverse your painful, deadly, and preventable decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Amelia. Okay. All right. Pamela Brown.
Okay, can everyone hear me all right?
Thank you for coming, Pamela.
Thank you for having me. I just want to start out and thank Lindsay, Buck, and Hannah specifically for gathering information and assessing what is happening with our educators, with our paras. They are hugely vital to those of us that have students in this community. And so I just want to thank them first and foremost for everything they're putting out there, and the students as well. I am a parent. I am a community member here in Lawrence. I have 2 children in the elementary schools, and I've been sitting and doing a lot of listening, a lot of information gathering during this season. I like to say that I'm a person who trusts those in authority, that I trust leadership as a general rule. And the biggest concern as a parent, which I know you, Kelly, I know that Shannon has also expressed, is that a lot of the parents have had concerns over a lack of transparency, difficulty with communication, last minute decision making. These are things that I've heard echoed throughout this meeting this evening and in past conversations. You know, there was this really beautiful thing that happened in March when COVID presented itself. This community of Lawrence, they rallied. We looked for each other. We said, how can we help each other? How can we support each other? Who is in need? How do we meet them there? It was amazing to see. It was amazing to be a part of. You know, I am an independent contractor. I had 0 income for 2 months. And I had clients reaching out, offering to help, offering to prepay for services, doing everything in their power to reach out and provide support. And I feel like there is an element of that we are missing in these conversations. We are looking at criteria, but as a parent, what gets communicated to me is that only one criteria matters. There's one chart that matters. We're not looking at the fact that we've only been in school for a couple weeks. I'm not hearing people echoing, you know, hey, I see these other schools that are, 15, 20 minutes down the road that they've been going to school for the last several weeks and they're now having to go full remote. Where do those things come into play in our criteria? My biggest struggle with this is I feel like I keep hearing these phrases of risk assessment, but I don't believe we're actually avoiding risk. I believe we're responding to the risk. I believe that we're putting ourselves out there, we're putting our teachers out there, we're putting our students out there, and we're saying, we'll deal with it when it happens. But we're already seeing these things happen. We're seeing them happen here. We're seeing them happen on the coast. And we're responding as if we're in this bubble, but we're not in a bubble. It's these same conversations of you can't set a rule for one county and expect that there's this firm line that stops at the edge of the county. I would love for us to feel like we can trust our school board, that we can trust those in leadership to do what is right for our families. But I will say that it is extremely difficult to feel like we can do that when we do have a changing of gating criteria on the day of a big decision. When we have then been given an email where we have 48 hours to respond. Now, my children have 2 households. I can't even facilitate a healthy conversation with their other parent within 48 hours to make a decision on what kind of education plan our children are supposed to have for the remainder of the year. And then to be given an email with a heavy-handed, bolded and underlined phrasing of to prevent future teacher reassignments, as if we're the ones responsible for the teacher reassignment that took place, that we needed to let the school know within 48 hours what we wanted to do for our children. We care. We do care that our children and our neighborhood and the children across town, that they have a good education experience. So I say, okay, I'll go to the back of the line then. I will adapt. I will reduce my hours, reduce my income, because there is no support for independent contractors when it comes to partial income. I will take the hit. I will go to the back of the line so that the students who are more in need can be served. Because I still believe in the community that showed up in March. I still believe that is possible for us, but we need some help here. And we need help from good leadership. We need leadership that is willing to listen to the voices of others that have different experiences and different perspectives. That's what good leadership does. So I appreciate you all taking the time to hear from me. and to hear from these other trusted individuals and leaders within our community.
Thank you, Pamela. I appreciate that you came today.
Thank you.
Drew McDonald? McDaniel. Drew McDaniel.
I'm working with WebEx. Okay. What do you say?
Hi.
Hello.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for having me. It's Drew McDaniel. And I'm reading a prepared statement. I speak to the board this evening in many capacities as this pandemic has affected every aspect of every one of us. First, I come to you as a general member of this community. Virologists, infectious disease specialists, and medical professionals at every level are warning us that our social behaviors are overwhelming our healthcare system and threatening the lives of our neighbors. Our medical advisors are universally pleading with us to stay away from enclosed spaces and even suspend our holiday traditions for this season. Our decisions regarding the way we educate should heed this same advice. At Stormont Vale Hospital in Topeka, they are setting new records every day for their number of positive COVID cases and hospitalizations. Stormont's president echoes the pleas of the director of the KDHE that we have to collectively change our mentalities and behaviors in order to beat back this virus and save lives. Lawrence has done a good job minimizing transmission compared to surrounding communities in Northeast Kansas, but hospitals are filling up all around us, and other districts are returning to safe-at-home learning. Sadly, instead, our medical advisors here in Lawrence changed gating criteria just in time for this board and superintendent to go back on their word to return to safe-at-home learning, touting data that compared 3 to 6 weeks of school building outbreaks against 3 to 6 months of outbreaks in other settings. The trust in our decision makers that was lost due to that move has now bred concerns that this newest push for saliva testing is a veiled effort to artificially drive down the positivity rate, despite continued rise in the more reliable metric, incidence rate. The dam is very likely to break here. How bad do you want the flood to be? Second, I come to you as a parent. I have 4 daughters in this district, and all of them love school, enjoy learning, and wish they could be back with their teachers and friends. While I'm concerned for the possibility of long-term consequences to them that could come from contraction of COVID-19, I listen to scientists that tell us this disease has largely spared younger children. But I also listen to the same scientists who are still in disagreement as to just how much young people are passing this virus to each other and then to the adults in each other's lives. My children's teachers and school staff should not have to teach in fear that their civil service could cost them their life. And our children and families should not have to choose between getting an education and getting to visit their grandparents. As much as I worry about our children's health, though, I share many of my community members' concerns over our scholars' present access to education. While defaulting all students to in-person learning is ideal in most circumstances, it is not presently the safest or most prudent choice. Bouncing them back and forth between in-person and online learning and watching the COVID numbers rise and fall and rise again to decide how we will reorganize our lives next week is not much better. The students need a wider variety of school access options to keep continuity and consistency in their learning. Finally, I come to you as an educator myself. For 6 years, I have been a special education teacher at West Middle School, although I now use the term teacher loosely. I met live with my students for only 3 weeks in September before I had to accept that teaching under these circumstances was in direct competition with the needs of my own children attempting to learn in the same room. I have had to go on leave, accepting reduced pay and fully feeling the strain of the financial challenges that come with online learning. It pains me not to be able to work right now, not to be able to contribute to my community in the way for which I professionally trained. I ultimately decided last week to move my children to LVS and concede that I would not be returning myself to the classroom this year. Our haphazard response to the unique needs presented to us by this pandemic have already cost our district the input of valuable professional educators, paraeducators, and staff, at least for now in terms of employment. Hopefully it does not come to the point of incurring the cost of the lives of any of our Lawrence students, secretaries, custodians, school nurses, kitchen staff, educators, parents or grandparents, or any of the vast and innumerable people on interdisciplinary teams affected by the effort to offer their services in person. I hear my colleagues express fear and anxiety at coming to work, coming to their buildings only at the last minute, leaving as soon as they are contractually allowed in the afternoon, and eating in their cars so as to spend not a single unmasked second at work. We would not expect students to perform under this kind of stress, but we are expecting our teachers to. Students and families have been provided the opportunity to school remotely. Staff have not. As a special educator, I'm very familiar with our institution's propensity to try to fit round pegs into square holes. I firmly support the movement within our industry to redesign our paradigms of education to more appropriately address the broad spectrums of individual differences and academic needs to be successful scholars. At the macro level, we're presently trying to force the round peg of how education needs to respond to COVID-19 into the square hole of what traditional education used to be. The old way will not work. It is time for us to rise to these unique challenges with creative solutions. Please educate yourselves on the movement of outdoor education. Consider publicly endorsing already existing learning pods to fund and support community members who have pioneered the movement to provide in-person education while minimizing risk. Open your minds to the possibility of enlisting willing professionals to expand the modes of academic offerings here in Lawrence and return both our enrollment and budget to what it needs to be to offer the best educational experience we can to students all across our city. We're in a time of crisis, but crisis is also an opportunity. This is our opportunity to improve education, not just for the rest of this school year, but for the future of this district. Some kids need to be in the building. Some kids can succeed online, and I am aware of my privilege to even consider and provide this option for my own children. What we need from our leadership during this time are more creative solutions to meet the needs of all of the rest of the kids in the middle. President Jones and Board Member Kimball specifically, thank you for your advocacy and rational inquiry into the methods and motivations of our school leaders. Please don't let up. Please push harder. Demand answers, and in the right cases, demand change. Thank you for your time and for your service to our community.
Thank you, Drew. I appreciate that you showed up and that you gave us your time. Eric Hyde, our final participant, our public comment.
You see me? Okay.
Hi, Eric.
Hi. Thanks for accommodating my needs. All right. I waited 4 hours, 5 minutes to be heard. Might as well have listened to a broken record instead. It is now time to hear my public voice instead of yours. All right. Let's see here. My name is ERIC, the acronym for Education, Hyde. My mother has worked at Cordley for almost 50 years as a second grade teacher and now as a counselor. I was an employee for kids with emotional, behavioral, so-called disorders for 3 years, one at Cordley, one at Central, and one at Prairie Park, but left because I was undervalued at $10.27 per hour during my 3rd year. And still, it is not enough. I'm gonna calm down a little bit. What else did I want to say? Oh yeah, I also grew up going to school here at Broken Arrow South LHS. I graduated in 2004. So I talked to Lawrencians today. They want their kids back in schools. One of them has a child with a birthday today, 9 years old. Teachers are breaking guidelines to serve your kids. Admins are too. This is good. They're doing this in order to function. They're experimenting. All right, this is very important. It is against the law as public offenders and the school district, or of the school district, to restrict meetings to the public, to restrict meetings of the public or whatever, especially those without access to technology. They do this at City Commission too, and it is against the law. So I'm going to announce right here and now, get ready for me to be around a long time because I'm running for Lawrence Public Schools as a school board member. If someone else wants to also stand for what is deserved for public rights, they can too. All right, well, let's focus on this too. The school district here in Lawrence, Kansas, USC 497, is trying really hard, but they are a victim of the state of Kansas and the Douglas County Health Department, their damage and immediate danger causing life-altering conditions for the realities, jobs, sustenances, public independence, and the strength and prosperity of our community. So let's see here, what else? Yep, you must also allow the public for which you serve. We are not patrons. You guys are patrons. The public for which you serve to attend and speak at school board meetings here in person. The United States and state of Kansas constitutions, including the Kansas Open Meetings Act, allow and protect this right. To not do so is a violation of your oaths of office and grounds for dismissal for these repeated misconducts. So here's some requests. Please increase so-called lower end wages for all such so-called staff. Allow the public to attend meetings. It is the law. That flag right behind you, I mean, you don't serve it. Get kids back in school full time. You are injuring families, and focus on the community for which you serve. And hire subs directly from this community. Quit outsourcing them. Subs need to work again back for the district. Quit outsourcing them. They get way underpaid. They're going to make a ton of mistakes. And they're going to not be valued as much as they should be. There is no never, tomorrow, or the past. There is only now. So I just say, like, I've got a really big heart. So just love. You can reach me at 785-766-1605. My closing statement's really short. If you continue to not obey the Kansas and United States Constitution and the Kansas Open Meetings Act, you will one day be given notice to vacate your public servant positions. And if you do not leave, you will peacefully, with a higher order of law that I represent, be removed from your positions. This is your first and last warning. Who do you serve? Select politicians or your city? Hide out.
Thank you, Eric. Okay, so we're gonna move on to discussion about the motion that's in front of us for the gating criteria after hearing from the patron commentary. So to pull up, if everyone has the motion in front of them, that would be helpful. And while I was running patron commentary, my screen went dead, so one moment here. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Lewis. Oh, Patrick. Thank you, Patrick Kelly. All right.
Thank you, Patrick.
So the motion in front of us, there's two motions actually, I believe. We have the one that's related to academics and one that is related to extracurricular activities. Is that correct, Dr. Lewis? Yes. Yes. Okay, so if we can start with the academics motion, an initial discussion, is there anything that immediately stands out to you, or Dr. Lewis, do you want to give us a framing? It essentially follows very closely the Douglas County Smart and Safe School Guidelines.
Yes, this criteria that's in that we're recommending is for the academic need. It really utilizes both the county and some of the district data that we share with you tonight on the county positivity rate, but some of our internal data as relates to staffing availability and student and staff building worksite positivity concentrations. We feel by using the criteria that's outlined in this motion, administration can more precisely address the safety issues by building in class. I referenced earlier, we will have the ability to close a building, should staffing issues arise at individual buildings. This recommendation also sets I would say, a bright line for when the district moves to remote learning, recognizing that some of our students ultimately receive educational services at a building site, for when it comes to state and federal guidelines. And in fact, so in other words, if the county is in red, some of our students with special circumstances may need to be educated inside the building. But I think what this motion does is really draws that line in terms of when the district moves to remote learning.
Okay, feedback from the board to Dr. Lewis?
So I just have a couple things. So when we were going through some of the dashboard information, Dr. Lewis, and then in points 2, 3, and 4, thinking back to some of the stuff that we got from the Thoughtexchange, in that center column, we'll call it the AB column around transparency and communication and things. In reading through this motion, one of the things that I think stands out to me is a concern is the only word that I can come up with. I think that's probably too strong of a word. I think some people would probably cringe that I say that, but a concern that this would involve some flip-flopping on some short notice on your part. And so my question is, one, if you would address like an ability to take this motion and then apply it to more of a stabilized approach, like what we did at the beginning of the year when we did 6 weeks, just to give people some stability, on your thoughts around that. And then the second piece, I apologize for asking 2 questions at once, is for 2, 3, and 4, would you have any thoughts around publishing, for transparency's sake, some metrics around what would be the checkpoint of that staffing availability number? Is it 85%? Is it 80%? Is it 82%? Those two, that type of information, so people kind of know what the point is, if that question makes sense.
It does, because we asked ourselves these similar questions as well, in terms of do we identify for lack of a better term, what that cut score is, what that cut number is. And the fact of the matter is, our buildings are
in terms of responding to gating criteria change of trying to not get into a situation where we're making modality changes on a weekly basis, that we're trying to be more stable and more mindful of thinking back to that thought exchange of giving parents and families and students and staff and of timeliness and some more longevity in the decision makings, and not flipping on a dime anytime there's a change.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about that and observing what some other districts are doing. Some other districts close to us are, for example, they'll put out there that we'll be in hybrid through for 4 weeks. Within those 4 weeks, if they move to red, they're still in hybrid, because that's what they put out there. If you look at the motion that's on here, for the most part, in-person or hybrid, for the A and B in C A-B section, we're in hybrid. But when we do move to remote, we will have to move to remote. So I would not want to, put a date out there to say we will continue this hybrid through, I'm just making this up, through January the 17th, and then we're in remote within that time frame, or we move to the red within that time frame, and we've already put out there that we are in hybrid. for that amount of time. Does that make sense?
It does.
Dr. Lewis, at the advisory council, one of the recommendations was that the gating criteria, essentially the safety tier comes out on Thursday. That Dr. Lewis would review that data on Thursday from the health department, and there would be a period of time that teachers would have and parents would have to adjust to the shift if they had to move to a new learning model, correct?
Right. And the conversations that we had was it's easier, and correct me if I'm wrong, but what we heard is easier for staff to move from hybrid to remote, but there will need to be more time to move from remote to hybrid. And so just the severity of those two, an orange and a red. So if we're, for example, now we're in orange, and if we move, what's today? Monday. If we get the gating criteria Wednesday, since Thursday is a holiday, if we get the gating criteria and we move to red, I would not want to wait an entire another week to move to hybrid. We need to move quickly. Whereas if we're in red and we move down to orange or yellow, there's that time there that we can allocate to make sure that, because the issues came up in terms of staff being ready to make that transition from remote to hybrid in terms of preparing lessons, and then giving those families ample amount of time to make adjustments as well.
Your question's answered, GR. Okay. Other thoughts about the motion or amendments or strengths?
Hello. Are you open to questions from the public?
Is that Amelia?
Yes. Sorry.
Oh my gosh. So we are not, but what is your question?
I have two questions. So the first one is that for the in-person / hybrid and the hybrid, for those two models, the maximum is 10% positivity rate. So if you assume that that is reflected in the population of just Lawrence High School, which has a population of about 1,600 people, then you can assume that that's a maximum of 160 students having COVID. And even if some of them have are siblings of each other, you can assume maybe like 130 of them have distinct families, and those families are made up of at least 3 people, then that's 390 people that are all infected, or at least directly, not even counting the teachers and staff, of course, directly exposed to COVID. And so the 2% death rate of that is 8 deaths. So I'm just curious why you made that the maximum. But I'm also curious why you polled students and teachers about what they wish to do, but you didn't list any of that in the criteria for the motion. So why did you, put emphasis on that if you're not actually reviewing that point? And I recommend that you do include that as a criteria in your motion, because it is vitally important that we listen to our teachers and our students and many of the parents about what they feel. Thank you.
Thanks, Amelia. Okay, so might be a question that other board members have, is around the response, and maybe unsatisfactory, but would be that we're following the gating criteria that was established by the Douglas County Health Department's Unified Command. And it doesn't exactly answer all of Amelia's question, nor does it get to her overarching point, but that's the short answer. The second question is a little more involved, and I wanted to give board members a moment to talk about the motion.
Kelly, I have some feedback on the motion.
Okay.
So I'm not comfortable with the motion as it's written.
Okay.
And I think that it's for a lot of the same reasons that I've been expressing for months and months, going clear back into July and August, when Unified Command was first put together, and there was this discussion about criteria, what criteria, whose criteria, how are they going to put it together. And as I've watched this this conversation evolve over time, and I've continued to consult resources outside of what Douglas County Public Health has done, I continue to believe that the gating criteria that we've been presented are incomplete. And I know that Mr. Partridge had some feedback around this. I think that the criteria that they've put together are useful for what the public health professionals do and their evaluation of spread in the community and their evaluation of how to allocate resources in testing. I think it's useful for them. I think the piece that's missing is that it doesn't provide a full enough picture of risk of exposure for our staff and our students. And I don't think that you can isolate that risk to say we should only look at risk of exposure, you know, what's being transmitted in our buildings, because we're a part of a broader community. So you have to look at that risk of exposure community-wide, in addition to looking at our data specific to our district. So some of the things that I think are missing from the data that we're talking about using to make these decisions. And some of this data is reflected in the dashboard, but it's unclear to me from the motion how we would be accounting for that data as part of the decision-making process. What are the metrics that we would be applying to that data to guide our decision-making? So, for instance, absolute numbers of student and staff cases and number of students and staff that are in quarantine or isolation, depending on the terminology you want to use. Other districts have taken that data and they've actually created ranges and said, okay, if we have this many, you know, for a district our size, if we have this many students and this many staff across our district who are sick, that is an indicator to us that community spread is you know, low, moderate, high, or uncontrolled. So that's one example. Incident rate in the community at large. I've brought this one up over and over and over again. There are, as far as I can tell from looking at other communities, it's really best practice to use that as a guiding metric. KDHE and the KSDE gating criteria used it, and they were some of the first to come out this summer. Johnson County changed their gating criteria at the beginning of October to include that. The CDC recommends it. Shawnee County is using it. Public health experts like the Harvard School of Public Health, they all use an incidence rate to, they rely on that instead of relying on the percent positive to the heavy extent that our local health department is relying on it. And incidence rate is what it is. It tells you how many people are sick in the community. You can't, it's less subject to the kind of wild variations that we're seeing in the percent positive test rate simply based on changes in the testing regime in the community, which feels less, it feels less transparent and it feels less reliable because of that, because of those wild swings and the fact that if you're doing prevalence testing at KU, it can greatly impact that number. If you're doing asymptomatic testing events across the county on a weekend, it can greatly impact that number. If you want your staff in your district to participate in a surveillance testing program, it can impact that number. And so I would like for us to rely on numbers that are not so heavily dependent on the testing regime. Our gating criteria no longer includes an evaluation of the local capacity or the healthcare system capacity in our community. That is something that's in the KSDE gating criteria as well as in the CDC criteria and in Shawnee County's criteria, for example. You mentioned earlier, Kelly, the recognition that Stormont Vale is bringing in mobile morgues. The discussion that happened in our community on Tuesday night where our hospital staff and public health department people talked about projections, which, you know, I hope that they don't come true, but they, you know, they are preparing for a circumstance where they might have a 500% increase in hospitalizations over the next several weeks. That's alarming, and we're not accounting for that in and the criteria that we're using to make decisions on behalf of our staff and our students. And then I think the one that was unique to the CDC's indicators, but I think is very, very important to addressing many of the concerns that have been brought to us by staff and students and parents around what is actually happening in our buildings around mitigation. The CDC suggestion that your gating criteria should include an evaluation of the district's ability to implement, now the CDC says 5 mitigation measures with fidelity. And they advise that you create metrics that inform the community about your ability to implement those 5 mitigation measures: masking, distancing, hygiene and respiratory etiquette, cleaning and disinfection, contact tracing. And I would add a 6th measure that the CDC doesn't specifically call out, but that's the discussion around air filtration and ventilation. So, particularly with respect to contact tracing, we've heard a lot of information recently about gaps and delays in both people receiving test results and contact tracing. We've heard a lot of feedback from families that even if the contact tracing is working, it doesn't go far enough to let people know enough information to allow them to make decisions around safety. And so my position is that if we're going to adopt gating criteria, that we consider doing a couple of things. We consider expanding either Douglas County's criteria to include the things that I've outlined, or we consider adopting KSDE's gating criteria, which are more expansive, and then supplementing those with our Douglas County criteria in addition to those mitigation measures that the CDC calls out. What I don't think should be the primary and controlling factor that we're looking at, and which is the primary and controlling factor in the motion, is the % positive test rate. I don't think that is adequately evaluating the issue of safety for our staff and our students in a way that is transparent and that our families and staff feel is reliable. I hope that we don't place too heavy of an emphasis on some of the absenteeism data because of some of the problems we talked about earlier with regard to reliability around how students and staff are recorded as absent. We have staff that are staying at home who are on quarantine who are teaching, so they're not considered to be absent because they're actually teaching, but they're on quarantine, which tells us something different about the risk situation in our buildings, for instance. So those are my thoughts and things that I offer to the rest of the board for consideration as we try to reach some guidance as to what to do on this issue. Thank you.
Okay. So there were a couple things I heard there, and I've written them down. And I'll circle back to them, but I wanted to hear from other board members. Strong support or concern with the motion?
This is Carol. I'm concerned with this motion. I mean, I want to piggyback off of everything Shannon said, but I would like to see something where we have more combined gating criteria, especially with the KSDE's criteria.
Is there a particular criteria, Carol, that you would point to?
Let's see. Well, if you go to their page, their navigating change. We should be. It's orange. The KSDE, they said everything should be remote only, like this is sports. I don't know. I watched a replay of the town hall meeting, and I'm just like everybody else. I'm anxious, and the recent numbers that came out today from the health department they don't add up to me. I don't know why we're at 8.3% when this is the greatest surge that we've ever had.
Okay. So is it fair to say that you also have concerns with the positivity rate as a primary metric, in addition to the other things that you've mentioned?
Yes.
Okay. Other board members? Just trying to gauge support or concerns.
I support the motion. This is Paula. Dr. Lewis has not given me any reason to not support this motion as it is. I think that he is, to me, has been transparent and honest with board members about the process and the models that he's been using. And granted, there has been change in decisions in that gating criteria from the health department. But I think that we are learning as we are going along, and I know that is mentioned before. Some comments made to that from the public, from the Patron Commentary, but I strongly support this motion.
Thank you, Paula. Other board members?
I apologize if I'm being completely transparent. My head got a little bit heavy for a minute. So it's just the life. And I know I understand, and that goes to say I understand the hardship, being a teacher, doing this work. Right now I'm doing it remotely, so I can't speak to the hybrid, but again, going towards what Paula said, I feel like if there was something that I felt was contradictory to, like an intentional contradiction to the leadership of Dr. Lewis, then I would be somewhat cautious. But I feel like the decisions that he's made has been sound and the best decisions with the data and the information that he has. And I mean, for me, even kind of going all along with some of the things, and I know it's beyond our control, but even watching the news and things and seeing that, I mean, based on what we've heard, like I think 2 weeks ago, about like the way that individuals who have tested positive within our school district, it hasn't been through direct contact throughout the school. I think the bigger thing that we should be addressing more so is what we can do as a community. Because I was even watching, I mean, I know in the New York school district, they went ahead and they closed the schools, but when they talked about the percentage rates of actual contraction in a school environment compared to the population, it was a small percentage within the school environment versus community. And I know we need our economy running, but I think it's, I don't know, just some of the things that I've heard and watched, and I know everything. I mean, we can, in my class right now, I mean, we can find things that are going to support it wholeheartedly, and we're going to find things that can be against whatever decision we make. And we just have to kind of take that into consideration, the pros and the cons, and, make the best decision that we can, like basically like Paula said.
Thank you, Melissa. I appreciate that. Erica, do you have any thoughts you want to add, or do you want me to jump in? How do you want to?
I do have some thoughts.
Okay.
So the motion states that greater than or equal to 15% positivity would move us into remote. The gating criteria shows that more than 15% would move us to remote. So this motion is effectively more restrictive than the gating criteria. Not sure if that's intentional or what the reasoning for that is, but as it states, this motion is more restrictive than the gating criteria. And
it should, I'm sorry, Eric, it should mirror the gating criteria.
The gating criteria says 15%, more than 15% for remote.
More than 15% for remote.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's correct. There was an error on that slide that was on the screen.
Wow.
If you look in board docs, it's correct, and Patrick is making that update now.
Okay, so board docs was correct and the screen wasn't?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Okay, so as it relates to percent positivity, I've had my own questions about this as well. But I've been doing my own research as well. I'm not a public health expert, so I do depend on our local, and I do trust our local health officials to give us the right information. But doing my own research, it says, according to the CDC, percent positivity indicates how widespread the infections are in the community. So I see value in having percent positivity as one of the indicators. I do see value in that. I'm not saying that should be the only indicator, but according to our gating criteria for our county, it's not the only indicator that we're using. And according to this motion, it's not the only indicator that we're using. So as we could wordsmith it, let's see, is the change here greater than or equal to 15? It still says greater than or equal to 15 for bullet point C.
This is Melissa. And Erica, what I think, correct me if I'm wrong, what you were getting at is that the motion that Dr. Lewis is presenting, where it says greater than or equal to 15, is essentially a little more strict because of the gating criteria saying if the Douglas County gating criteria is saying if it's above 15%, then go to remote.
Right.
So if it was 15% here in the school district, Dr. Lewis is saying, no, we're going remote. But if we were to go strictly by Douglas County, and it would have to be 15.9 or 16% in order for them to consider us going to remote.
Or even like 15.01. I'm not really sure what the remote is, but right. That was my point. So this motion is more restrictive. I don't know if it was intentional or a mistake. Which is it, Dr. Lewis? Was it intentional or oversight?
It should be identical to Douglas County, which is once they get to 15, that's red. That's the same that this motion says. Once we get to 15, it's remote.
Oh, well, okay, so I have it pulled up. It says here more than 15. For orange, which is hybrid, it's less than or equal to 15, and more than 15 is remote only.
So would it help if we did 14.99?
If that was the...
It would be an amendment. So if you wanted to make that amendment, you can to the current motion that's there. So before we make a change, you'd have to make the amendment, which you can, Erica.
I'm not suggesting we do. I was just pointing it out that as it's stated currently, it's more restrictive.
Okay.
It was just an observation.
Okay. So at this point, you're not necessarily asking for that amendment. You're just pointing out to board members that this is more restrictive than the gating criteria.
Correct.
Okay.
And I do support the motion, even if we amended it a little bit to match the gating criteria. We could do that, which I would support. But I would support the academic piece as it states right now.
Okay, so let me pull up the motion here. So for me, I would say that I have concerns with the positivity rate and would be, listening to the feedback and listening to Dan's consultation tonight, I didn't feel like he was recommending we don't consider incident rates. And I do think that it is it is a criteria that's included widely, even in our own state. I I really do not know another district that's not using it. So for me, that would help me feel more comfortable about the motion, which is a little different than what Erica is saying. But that would be where I would land, and that would include an amendment to the motion. Prior to doing that, I think I'm going to go back to GR because I actually don't know where you land on this. So,
I kind of fall in between, or best of worst of both worlds, however you want to look at it. I fall in the realm of passing this motion. I don't know that I I certainly don't have a belief that Dr. Lewis is going to take us down a path that's going to endanger staff or students or families or the community. I think he's going to take into account all those things. But I've been perfectly open and clear that I don't like the positivity rate. I don't like the numbers. The percentage in and of itself is not a valid number because you can't relate it to anything. And so from that standpoint, I think using it as a basis, there are other criteria there. I'm not discounting that there's not other criteria there. But I think incident rate would be a good thing to add to the motion. I also think, back to one of my original questions, even if we're talking percentages, but I kind of liked like Olathe with, if we have X number of staff, X number of students in quarantine, either to raw numbers across the district or percentage based by a building, to lay out those numbers. I think those would also be significant things to add on top of, I don't mind having positivity rate in here because I think it's a good metric to look at, but I think we need to at least add incident rate and at the very least add incident rate, and then maybe add total quarantine numbers, either raw or percentage across the district and by building.
can I just counter that and say, Dr. Lewis kind of explained why he needed to leave that open, because each building has different requirements for.
That's why I do it by percentage.
Do you have a response to that, Dr. Lewis?
If we did it by percentage?
Because that would counter is a more confrontational word than I want to use, and that's not where I'm trying to come from. But the raw number of 10 at Woodlawn versus 10 at Free State, I 100% get where you're coming from. If it's 15% of our staff is in quarantine, or 20% of our staff is in quarantine, from that standpoint of a percentage standpoint, I think that's a number that we could look at closer to something that would be more, as opposed to a hard number. Because I get where you're coming from of a hard number as opposed to doing it based on percentage.
Mm-hmm.
So, Dr. Luke, could you give the example of the nurse? You talked about, like, there's some staff that if they're gone, you can't.
Right. My comments around that was I would feel that a building cannot operate without a nurse and or custodian if we didn't get those positions filled. Those are, as Anna said, all positions are vital, but as we think about where we are in this pandemic, not having a building staff with a custodian, not having a building staff with a nurse is I would say detrimental. And to your comment, GR, I would probably want to lean heavily on our medical experts. I would not feel comfortable, putting a certain percentage to this quarantine. I would want that to come from our medical experts.
That's fair. I would probably list that one as more of a nice to have, and more of a just as a transparency, so people kind of know what the benchmarks are, and maybe not so much in the motion, but it'd be nice. Incident rate, I think, is important, and I don't know that those of us that are sitting here can add incident rate into this motion with the right breakpoints tonight. I don't know that we can do that. I don't know that we have the background and the expertise to be able to do that, other than just add it as a 0.5. But I don't know if that's what we want to do, or if we need. Don't shoot me, Kelly. I don't think you have a weapon,
No.
but if we want to agree to add incident rate and then table the motion and come back in 2 days with data, I don't know if that's something that we want to do.
Yeah.
With actual breakpoints.
Yeah, I'm not sure we have agreement on that, but and for me that would augment the motion that we have. So that would be my consideration. I do think we have some pretty strong support for the motion, so certainly we can take a vote on the motion as it is, and then if we need to amend it after, if the vote doesn't pass, we could make amendments after. Is there anyone that would like to put the motion forward as it is? And we can do a roll call.
Kelly, just so that board members are aware, I do have some language drafted around an alternate motion that would adopt. I did several different versions of this to try to kind of get at where people were at, but that would adopt our Douglas County criteria in its current form, but that would substitute the absenteeism criteria, because there's problems in our data with using student and staff counts of cases in quarantine, case counts and quarantines to look at whether buildings or the district needed to be in a more restrictive learning mode because of an inability to operate safely. And then directing staff to supplement those criteria with the Kansas Department of Education's navigating change criteria with respect to the 2-week cumulative county incidence rate, trend in county incidence rate, and the local or referring hospital capacity criteria. And then also, I added in the motion, because it was important, as I mentioned earlier, developing a tool around the CDC's suggested indicator regarding reporting out about your ability to adequately implement risk mitigation measures with fidelity. So I have all that language prepared, and if there's an interest in going that direction, I can send it to you, and we
So
can consider that.
I don't mind making a motion as is, but
Okay, Melissa, before you do, can I just respond to Shannon's motion? But otherwise, I'll step aside. I would say, Shannon, there's some really, for me, like the motion that you're proposing does have some interesting pieces to it. I think it goes, it would require of the district some, I do think, for example, the county takes into account the hospital capacity as an example. I do think the county is making that recommendation to stay in the orange this week, irregardless of the positivity rate. So I think there's some evidence to suggest that the Douglas County Health Department would do and account for some of the things that you identified in your motion. And the proposal that you have is pretty far afield from what is here. Do you see, and certainly I would say that if you wanted to put that motion forward, that we could entertain that as well. I don't know if we have support for that based on.
Well, based on what I'm hearing from the discussion, there's interest in talking about adding incidence rate, which we could do through adopting KSDE's criteria, or we could say we want it in there, but we want to take some time to have our local authorities develop the ranges, right? So so there's that piece of it. I think that the other things I included about absenteeism data, that was based on some of the problems that we've brought up in the discussion about relying on that as an indicator. It's not in this motion, but it is in the Douglas County criteria, which is why I mentioned it, because if we're saying we're adopting that criteria, I wanted to account for the fact that we don't collect data that allows us to really rely on that as an accurate measure. And then the other things, you know, I think it gives a fuller picture of what's going on, and it would all be reported together in one place if we've adopted this criteria and we're reporting it as part of our own dashboard. Even if Douglas County is gathering that data, they're not reporting it as part of the school gating criteria. So that's kind of where that comes from. I mostly wanted to bring that up so that if there are board members interested in having a deeper set of criteria, I think that's possible. And I think that we could work through language to make that happen. So I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Okay, so the question of whether or not to utilize, maybe that's a good way to split it. So this conversation around whether to add or have a deeper set of criteria than what is in front of us, or to move forward with following the Douglas County Health Department's guidelines as they are outlined in this motion. I think those are the two paths. So whether or not we adopted everything that Shannon has identified, there is the conversation around whether or not to have more layered gating criteria, or to follow the motion that is out in front of us. Is that a fair summary of the conversation and where we're at right now?
I think that's a fair summary of where the conversation is. I think for me, I think Shannon's motion, which I appreciate you doing all that work, Shannon, and putting all that in there. To me, I agree with Kelly. I think it's kind of too much, and I don't know that it's all necessary. I think for me, just to stick to just taking this motion as it exists, and either adding a point 0, 0.5 of incident rate, or of 0.5 and adding incident rate, and I would be okay.
For me, I think, Kelly, I definitely appreciate you asking some interesting questions and things that I haven't thought of. But for me, I strongly would stick with the motion, and I think we can always have those deeper discussions that we could just keep ongoing. I don't think they would need to be added here, but I think that we could be intentional about continuing those conversations with our Douglas County Health Department partners.
Okay. That's a fair point. Others? Carol, maybe? I don't think.
I don't know. I appreciate that, all of your research, Shannon. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So we have I think Paula made a firm, took a firm position on the motion that exists, and Shannon took a firm position on moving to deeper potential adding additional criteria. I'm probably somewhere in the middle. I would like to see the incident rate, but we can, Paula, if you would like to, if there's someone that would like to make the motion, there's nothing precluding us from taking that step.
I'll make a motion.
Okay, do you want to read it?
Okay. Hold on, I gotta load up because I can't see on my screen. I move the Board of Education adopt criteria the superintendent will use to determine what learning model the district will implement each week. The superintendent is authorized to determine whether students will be attending school in person, in a hybrid model, or in a complete remote model. The superintendent is also authorized to close a school and/or schools, individual classroom and/or classrooms within a school and/or schools. The criteria the superintendent shall use to make any of these determinations are as follows. One, the Douglas County COVID-19 positivity rate. A, greater than or equal to 5% but less than 10% in-person hybrid. B, greater than or equal to 10% but less than 15% hybrid. C, greater than or equal to 15% remote. Point 2, staffing availability by individual buildings and/or classrooms. Point 3, concentration of staff worksite-based positive cases. And 4, concentration of student school-based positive cases. The superintendent shall move student learning to remote only when the Lawrence Douglas County Health Department determines the county is in the red zone. However, if and when the superintendent deems appropriate, the board will allow a student or students to learn from a building site if that student or group of students has special circumstances or it is necessary to comply with state and federal law.
Is there a second?
This is Melissa, I second.
All right, so we need a roll call.
Right. Jones?
No.
Hill?
Yes.
Padu Blackwood?
No.
Gordon Ross?
No.
Johnson?
Yes.
Kimball?
No.
Smith?
Yes.
Motion fails 4-3.
Okay, so I'd like to consider, there was conversation around adding the incident rate, but wanting to do that in a way that allows consultation from our guidelines, which Dr. Lewis and the district could easily follow. My recommendation would be that we follow the data that is put forward by KDHE. Are there other we can certainly pause to look at that and consider an amendment that's a little more fleshed out this evening. Let's see. Is it possible that Dave Cunningham is with us?
I am here.
Can we, if Erica and I wanted to meet with you, can we do that?
Tonight? Like right
Do you
now?
want us to, would you prefer that we pause? And come back?
Could,
Is that your recommendation?
take a break and I
board
think that
members
would probably be wise.
Okay. Recommendation from Dave to, Dave, the recommendation I heard from you was to pause, correct?
I would recommend pause, and then James could set up a little chat room for us to go to visit with Dr. Lewis and you and Anna and
Okay.
Erica.
Okay. Erica, is that agreeable to you?
Yes.
Okay. So the reason why I'm asking just Erica and I to go as board officers is because only there has to be less than a quorum in the room, and Erica and I have helped draft the motion as it is. So that's my recommendation. Is there any concern about that? Okay, then we will take. Dave, is the right thing for me to call a 15-minute break?
Yeah, maybe 10-minute recess.
Okay.
Something like that.
Let's take a 10-minute recess and return at 11:10. And then we'll need a breakout room for us.
Will James automatically move us into that breakout room, or will we?
James, are you automatically moving Thank you, board members, for waiting. We want to be a board that has learned from our mistakes. So Eric and I had a consultation. What we were asking the district to do is to go back and work with the health department on how we would include the incident rate so that we have them still as partners for consideration in a new motion. And that we also pause on the motion related to the athletics because there is going to be a CASHA ruling tomorrow. So with that in mind, we're asking to come back post the fall break, which would be Monday the 30th for and maybe we need to give the district a little bit more time. So I'm recommending Tuesday. Is that enough time, Dr. Lewis? Or do you want to go Wednesday even? With the holiday? Yes, we have negotiations from 5:30 to 6:30, so I would request that we meet at 6:30.
I can do an evening meeting on that Thursday, even later than 6:30 if you think you need extra time for negotiations.
I think we can do 6:30. Or actually, let's go 6. Yes, 6:30 is fine. Does that work for others?
Will we have
Thursday?
Will we have information ahead of time, or are we going to do one vote?
Yeah, we'll have information ahead of time. It'll be just around the 2 motions.
So you anticipate it being, I mean, how long do we anticipate them?
The meeting going? That's a good question, Melissa. Hopefully we can do it in under 2 hours, similar to what we did last Thursday.
Kelly, did you say the 3rd?
Yes, I did. Thursday the 3rd.
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Okay. Others?
That's gonna, I don't know, that might be tough for me. Just
Sure.
That's the week before my last.
Yep, I appreciate that. Okay.
But I will definitely try to be there.
I'm good with that day and time.
This is Carol. It works for me.
And the Tuesday, you felt like Dr. Lewis wouldn't be enough time, correct? To really get that together for us. Just thinking about Melissa's week.
I mean, as long as, I mean, I don't know if right or wrong. If I have information ahead of time that I can look through and anticipate being there for a decision, but I don't know if that's against.
Yeah, I think it's more likely to have information if we do it on the Thursday at 6:45, Melissa, than if we did it on the Tuesday. Okay. But I appreciate that this week might be really hard for you to be here no matter what day we pick.
Yeah.
Let's set the date for Thursday the 3rd at 6:45. And hopefully the meeting will be short to Melissa's request, that we'll have the information in front of us to make a clean vote. And we'll also have the information related to Keisha's recommendations. In the interim, Eric and I did not discuss this, but I think Dr. Stubblefield alluded to just continuing to operate following the guidelines we've been following thus far, which are the Douglas County gating criteria in the interim. Does that seem reasonable to everyone in terms of direction for the district until that date? Okay. All right. So we're late again. Hopefully we will not be on the 3rd. I really appreciate everybody's dialogue and all the staff's input. And hopefully we get this sealed up on the 3rd and ready for the rest of the year as we move forward. Okay, so now Do you have any new business, Dr. Lewis?
No, not at this time.
Okay. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
This is Shannon. I move to adjourn.
This GR, I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? All right, the meeting is adjourned. Thanks for sticking around, everybody. I appreciate your input.
All right, good night.